Lessons for Living, Part 10. Change your mind, change your life. Save your publications. Chapter 4. The fact you are approaching the end of your school life. At the end of this scholastic year, you will have to face the school leaving examinations. Are you worried and frightened? Or do you feel confident, eagerly looking forward to the day you can reap the fruits of all these years of study? What exactly are you doing to reap? What exactly are you going to reap? What are you looking forward to? Have you set any targets for yourself? Have you decided how you will judge whether you have succeeded or failed in the examinations? You will be satisfied with the scoring pass marks in each subject. Are you aiming at the first class? Have you become daring enough to think of distinction, star marks, or whatever else are the symbols of excellence in your area? Nothing and no one can stop you from getting what you want. Everyone would like to get excellent results, whether in studies or at work. But how do we go about achieving this? The very first thing we need to do is to set ourselves a target. We aim as high as we know we can reach. There are almost no limits to what the human mind can achieve. It is our own self that limits us. Through our laziness or a lack of self-confidence, self-discipline or a method of study, the whole world steps aside for the man who knows where he is going. Challenge yourself. Aim high. Your target must be challenging. Jayashree Patel, who learned English only after she reached the USA, became a top seller of insurance. The biggest factor in her success is that she enjoys a challenge and has a very strong desire to make it to the top, said her husband. Neelam, overcoming challenges one likes is a sublime feeling. According to Vivek Paul, research by Hungarian psychologist Sigmund showed that the first step to success is to have clear goals. When we have goals, our concentration spreads. Lakshmi Nivas Mittal, the richest Indian and the largest producer of steel in the world, says, I've always set the high and impossible targets, and I don't stop until I reach them. That's the biggest lesson. Set the highest targets for yourself. Drive to work hard even as a child. I enjoyed studying and learning. If you have been scoring 65 marks in a subject in most of your tests and examinations, it is not challenging enough to set yourself a target of 70%. Aim higher. No, on other hand, your target should be realistic and credible. On the other hand, your target should be realistic and credible. If your targets are too high, rather than motivating yourself, you may only get discouraged because the goal is an impossible one. If you have never scored above 65% in a subject, it would be unrealistic to aim at 98%. Do not be too fast in deciding that you can only achieve a low target. You know yourself better than anyone else does. You know whether you have so far made systematic effort in your studies. Set goals you know you can achieve. Challenge yourself. Meet your own targets, no matter what targets your parents want you to have. A Vasant Kunj student in New Delhi committed suicide when the results came out in 2006 because she wrote, I could not meet their experiences. I could not meet her parents' expectations. But Is it not a sign of pride and hence against our culture to aim so high, to think that I can do so well and in anything? Listen to Kate Day Green. Humility does not require motive quality. By insisting that you are just this or just that or that you will never amount to much, in the name of humanity, you talk yourself down to a state of non-complacement. Humility requires no such sacrifices. It requires no such waste of life. Humility requires only that no matter what you do, you always recognize that it might have been done better. Be serious about achieving your target. A dog used to boast that he could run faster than anyone else could. One day he came across a hare and gave chase. The hare escaped him without much difficulty. When the others made fun of him, he retorted, "Don't you see, the hare was running for his life. I was running merely for the fun of it." There are some who are not serious about anything, they just want some fun. They waste their precious talent on momentary, worthless pleasure. We can and should find pleasure in studying, but we study in all sentences, in all earnestness, not merely as a pastime. Do we study only to fulfill an obligation, only for fun or for life? Have one clear, specific, great goal. We could load our gun with a bullet or with buckshot. We could have one serious target for the coming few months, aim, or we could have a dozen different goals, scatter our energies and end up with nothing. Split your principal target into smaller ones. Once you have decided the overall percentage you want to score in the examinations, decide the percentage you want to score in each of the subjects. You know the nature of the subjects, you know the pattern of questions in each of them and the evaluation system for each. You know in which subjects you are strong and you can aim higher. You know where you are weak. There you have either to set lower achievable targets or put in much more effort. Set a target for each subject. Visualize your success. Picture in your mind the day of the result. See yourself victorious. Feel the pleasure, excitement. See yourself success. The joy of your parents, your family. Make the picture as real and concentrate as possible in your imagination. Do this on a regular basis and you will brainwash yourself into having self-confidence enough to do your maximum and your dreams will come true without fail. Spend 5 minutes every morning in meditation, seeing your targets and your successes in your mind. What you see is what you get. Compete with yourself. You do not need to come out at the top, get the highest mark in the school or the state, etc. You do not need to defeat the rest of your classmates. What matters is whether you have scored the maximum you can, whether you have done better than you have even done before. It makes no sense to compare yourself to others. We are all different. Our intelligence, our family background, our experiences in life. One who can score only 60% and does score 60% is a roaring success. One who can achieve 95% and hits only 85% is a pitiable failure. Abraham Maslow, a psychologist, says self-actualization comes from knowing that one is exercising 100% of one's mental and physical abilities in one's own unique way. A word of caution. You should be ready to make sacrifices to have the success you seek, but success in studies should not be at the cost of everything else. If we If the goal you set for yourself in your exams come at the cost of your health and your relations with your family, it will be like sand in your mouth when you finally achieve it. You will get no joy about it, no joy out of it. Take care of your health, make time for rest, relaxation and exercise, spend time in family activities, give time to your prayers and meditation. Achieving your target. Once you have set your goal, the ultimate one, and the subject-wise targets, make a routine, discipline yourself, and get going. Exercise 1. Answer the following questions. A. How do we decide the level of the target we set for ourselves? B. What is the first step to success? C. What does it mean to be humble? D. What is the difference between starting out of a sense of duty, starting for fun, and starting for life? E. What does visualizing success mean? F. Against whom do we compete? Not to ask for something to work for your overall percentage you want to score in the examinations and targets for each of the subjects. Think seriously also about your ultimate goals in life. Look at your targets each morning for something to think about. If you do not know where you want to reach, it does not matter which road you take. From Alice in Wonderland. 5. Something to memorize. The extraordinary thing about goals is that so few people actually do decide what they want. Richard Denny. Let us move on the stars who can hamper our ascent. Sarojini Naidu. No goal is bad enough, but low goals are worse. Louis Winstock. A few must know where he wants to go. If he is going to get anywhere, some people go through school as if they thought they were doing their families a favor. They don't have a goal. The people who go places make the most of every situation. They are ready for the next thing that come along on the road to their goal. They know what they want and are willing to go an extra mile. Dr. William Manninger. Mediocrity may look comfortable. We all know those who have settled into a routine job at a routine salary and who live in a routine home in a routine neighborhood. They routinely comfortable and happy, at least from the outside, but on the inside they must contend daily with the rationalization they have accepted and the non-use of abilities that they possess. The tension thus created is anything but comfortable. Kate D. Green. Whatever the mind of man can conceive and believe, he can achieve. Napoleon Hill. Let a brave man do away with the obstacles which mar his path. Joseph Betta 10:8. Somehow I can't believe there are many heights that can't be scaled by a man who knows the secret of making dreams come true. This special secret can be summarized in 4 C's. They are curiosity, confidence, courage, and constancy. And the greatest of these is confidence. Walt Disney. Chapter 2. Do it now. The magic formula for success. Look ahead to almost a year from now. You will be furiously preparing for the board examinations that can make or break your future. In some hostel rooms, lights will never go off. In certain homes, parents will keep a vigil with their son or daughter who suddenly finds no time to eat, play or sleep. Study, study, that's all you will think of them. You may spare no time even for your favorite TV serial. Right now, perhaps your parents have to insist with you to study. The or board examinations, they may have to force you to stop studying in order to take time to eat or sleep. Suddenly, time will seem to fly. Hours and days will appear to have become very short, and often you may say, "Oh my God, there is so much more to study. Oh no, only so few days left for the examinations." There will also be a lot of lamentations. If only I had studied this earlier, if only I had prepared these notes during the year, if only I had started the preparations a month sooner, if only, and then there will be no time. The way I spend this coming year will decide my entire future. If I do well in my school leaving examinations, I will boost my self-confidence. I will get into a good for my further studies. If I fail or even get average marks, my future is the highly competitive world of today will be ruined. Let us not forget the good marks are important. In 2006, St. Stephen's in Delhi had 97% as the cut-off marks for students applying for economics. If I want to do brilliantly in my examinations at the end of this year, I must start my preparation right now. I cannot put anything off for later. All that one has it today is now. Delete 2 days from your diary, yesterday and tomorrow. Yesterday is gone and tomorrow will be the consequences of what you do today. Why do people postpone tasks? The pool of pleasurable things. It is not seldom what we find students watching TV or playing with their favorite games or chatting with friends for hours, leaving important things like homework and lessons for later. When the World Cup is on, we find that little work is done in government offices. The staff sit glued to TV sets, oblivious to everything else. This is a crime that unfortunately goes unpunished and unchecked. Wanting to do better or to do the best later. Quite, quite a few things are postponed because at the moment there is not enough time to do it as well as one would like to do. But later we may not have enough time to do them even satisfactorily well. At the last minute things are completable. At the last minute things are completed anyhow in a hurry without paying attention to these details. No proper planning. Some do not know how to recognize their time, how to organize their time. They do not look seriously at all they need to do. They never plan their work and their time. They do the first thing that comes to their mind and forget important tasks. No proper goals. Some people do not know what they want to achieve or where they want to reach, and hence they never understand the start need to start a systematic study program well in advance. Levels. Some young people are frequently told by their teachers and parents that they are not good in a subject. This message goes very deep into them, hurting them, and they lose interest in the particular subject. They would like not to study in at all. They postpone teaching. They postpone tackling at the is it as long as possible. By this, all they do is to put off something that is painful and hurting but unavoidable. Laziness. Laziness is a number one time waster. Lazy people just want an easy life and to live on the work of others. They do not want to disturb the quasi time they are having doing nothing, and of course they will achieve nothing. How to get over putting off things? Plan. Plan your day, hour by hour. Know what you will do each hour and how much you want to do within the time you have. Be flexible with your time schedule, for you cannot control everything around you. Stick to the plan you make. Any plan is worthless if you don't stick to it. It is a good thing to review your plan every evening or the first thing in the morning to check how far you have and to see if there are any changes to be made due to situations beyond your control. Plans are only good intentions unless they immediately degenerate into hard work, said Peter Drucker. Set targets that are realistic. Do not set our to do in 1 hour what makes you or any normal person 3 hours to accomplish. Target that Targets that are too high can get you discouraged very soon, and you will be putting things off again, saying it doesn't work. Keep a checklist. Keep a list of things to be done each day beyond the normal routine tasks expected of you. Tick them off as you finish them. You will be surprised to see how much you can accomplish in a day, and this can boost your engines to do even more. Let your friends know your decision to use your time well. Often it is friends who steal much of your time with small talk. That does have its due importance, of course, and trivial matters. If you are not avoidable to them to waste time together, they too might be using their time better, apart from not disturbing you. Reward and punish yourself. When you achieve something within the time limit you have set, reward yourself. It could be a break, a phone call to a friend, a stroll, listening to your favorite song, or sharing a chocolate with your younger brother or sister. Do something that is pleasant, and is if you fail in doing on time what you had set out to do because you did not put enough effort into it, punish yourself too. Deny yourself something you like. Distinguish between the urgent and the important tasks. Stephen R. Covey, the celebrated author and management expert, classifies activity into four categories: A. Urgent and important; B. Urgent but not important; C. Not urgent but important; D. Not urgent and not important. Many people spend all their energies on tasks that fall in A and are constantly struggling against deadlines. They are always in crisis. They can never relax. It is wiser to focus C, that is, on important tasks before they become too pressing and urgent. When the C category tasks are postponed, they become category and give your attention to the correct category of them. Develop a work culture. A work culture. No one succeeds. No one succeeds in life without hard work. We may plan our time well, set targets and goals, but if we are not willing to roll up our sleeves and get down to work, nothing will be achieved. Warning: be prepared for setbacks, and just because you have set a plan and different and defined your goals, you are not overnight going to get out of the habit of putting off things. It will take time. Be patient with yourself. You may make mistakes from time to time. Be good enough to forgive yourself and get going again. I have a dream that one day Martin Luther King's most memorable speech was in his dream for the future, a dream of a nation where all races live together in harmony and of a time when the desert of injustice would be transformed into an oasis of freedom and justice. All of us have within us seeds of a better future. What dreams has God given you? What kind of what you what do you want to build? What church would you like to see in your life and the life in your family and friends this year? What can you do about it? Your future starts right now. The first step towards a greater future is an exceptional performance in your school leaving examinations. Start working for and dreams today. On your dreams today. Exercise. Answer the following questions. A. Why is it important not to postpone what we ought to do? B. What makes people postpone their tasks? C. What strategies could help us avoid postponing what we need to do? D. Explain the classification of tasks as proposed, proposed by Stephen R. Covey. E. What should we do when we fail to do what we have planned to do? F. What was Martin Luther King's dream? G. What is your dream? To discuss. Do not do today what you can do tomorrow. 3. Something to do. Make a list of all you need to study. Draw up a scheme for repeated revisions. Allot time for all the other tasks you need to complete within a coming month. Make a detailed plan of action to complete them as well and within the time limit. 4. Something to think about. One of the greatest pleasures in the life is of setting definite targets of one's work and study and achieving them without any compulsions from outside. Compulsions from outside. Something to memorize. If you have any work to do it now. Today's skies are clear and blue. Tomorrow clouds may come in view. Yesterday is not for you. Do it now. Write it on your heart that every day is the best day in the year. No man has learned anything right until he knows and feels that every day is doomsday. Carlyle. When the fool has made up his mind, the market has gone by. Spanish proverb. By the streets of by and by, one arrives at the house of neighbor. Cavendish. Defer not till tomorrow to be wise. Tomorrow's sun may never rise. William Congreve. Chapter 3. Opening with failures. On 13th March 1996, India and Sri Lanka were playing the semi-finals of the World Cup Cricket Series. The Sri Lankans, who were put in to bat first, made 151 runs in 50 overs. Then came the turn of the Indian team. Sachin Tendulkar made a dashing 65. The other players gave away their wickets far too cheaply. When the Indians were at 120 for 8, the spectators were disappointed and angry. They threw bottles and other missiles into the ground and forced the game to be abandoned. Millions in India and around the world watched the event on TV live. What happened in Eden Garden, Kolkata happens in everyone's life. Sometime or other in life, everyone meets with painful failure and disappointments. The question is, how does one cope with them? Some give up, others everyone around them, yet others take to drugs or alcohol to forget their frustration. You are familiar with that fascinating fairy tale, Alice in the Wonderland. Alice escaped into a world of fancy. There is a longing in everyone's life to get away from one's problems and take a shortcut into fairyland. If only life were so easy. Everyone struggles in life. Hector Reeds, the head of the chipmaker AMD, said, "The number of failure we have had is almost equal to the success. We have a long list of mistakes, but the it was all this learning that eventually led us to the current position. Who bravely dares must sometimes risk a lot, must sometimes risk a fall," said Tobias George Smollett. To young people, disappointments and failure seems extra large. My dad is absent of me because I had a fight at school. My mom is always complaining about my hairstyle. I'm always failing in mathematics. If I had helped my brother as ought to have, he would have been selected for the cricket team. If the coach were impartial, I would have been selected into the school team. I betrayed my best friend by spreading rumors about her. God must be very angry with me because I am such a big sinner. For young people, their failures and disappointments look like an endless track of hurdles they have to jump. When will all be end? Disappointments and failures does not always have to remain negative experiences. They have to be viewed as steps towards a higher destination. Handling problems and failures in life is basic to self-realization. Did you set goals for yourself when you were studying chapter 1 of this book? Do you still remember them? Do you still do your daily meditation to remind yourself of your goals and visualize your success? Are you faithful to the routine of study you made? Have you failed in this? If so, never mind. Remind yourself of your original plans and start once again. How can one cope with failures? Make them a learning experience. A learning experience. As Hector Ruiz said, if we can learn from our failures, we grow. The quarrel between Saurav Ganguly and Greg Chappell was a disappointment for everyone. On the other hand, the Indian Institute of Management at Ahmedabad uses it as a study module for students to learn from. We can analyze results of and then in future. We still change and develop and thus become far more successful. Believe you can overcome. Thomas Mustafian was number 1 in men's tennis. He was knocked down by a drunken driver on the night before the final of the Lipton Cup tournament in 1989 against Ivan Nadal at K. Bassein. He was so badly wounded that medical experts predicted that he would never play tennis again, and yet through sheer hard work, he not only played again, he regained his number 1 status. Phulan Devi became a legend of our times. There is no one in India who has of the bandit queen, broken by the humiliations she suffered in her youth. She became a bandit. After her surrender, she spent 10 years in prison. All the while, she did not lose the one thing that gets a person to the top, the will to survive. The will to survive, the will to overcome. Finally, she became a member of the Indian Parliament. Be positive about yourself. Roger Williams, the biochemist, says no person is generally inferior to another. Every individual is spotted with a multitude of strengths and weaknesses. We often look so hard at our weaknesses that we miss seeing our strengths. It is only when we keep looking at our strengths that we see the immense possibilities open before us. Make a list of all your successes. Be a doer, not a warrior. Do not worry about yourself. Do not worry that you may fail. You may fail. Don't worry. Most of worries never come true. This world is what it is because of men and women who believed that they had a contribution to make. Many of them did not live long enough to see the fruit of their work. They knew that the journey of 1,000 miles starts with a single step. They were willing to take that first step even if they themselves would never reach the end of the journey. They knew later generations would. Thomas Alva Edison tried 2,000 experiments in search of a filament for the light bulb. When none worked, his assistant complained, "What is in vain? We have gotten nowhere." On the contrary, Edison replied, "We have come a long way and we have learned a lot. We know that there are 2,000 materials which will not make a good filament." That warrior, prone to discouragement, while Edison was a doer, undaunted by setbacks. Forgive yourself the mistakes of the past. No person is perfect. It is natural that everyone makes mistakes, but some people just cannot forgive themselves. Some are so proud that they find it hard to admit a mistake. Some consider their mistakes unpardonable. Some consider their mistakes unpardonable, punished enough, and go through life miserably, humiliating themselves all the while. In all these cases, the person does not have the will and courage to rise from where he has fallen. He does not begin again and hence does not succeed. It is too foolish to do things exactly as we have done it before and expect a different result. If you have had failure, try a new activity or try the same activity in a new way. Try to discover the reason for your failure and correct it. Change. Think out of the box. Be creative. Be a patient believer. Beyond all our troubles, there is a God who loves us. Disappointments and troubles are the instruments God uses to shape us for better things to come. Life is no straight and easy corridor along which we travel free and unhampered. It is a maze through which we must seek our way, now lost and confused, now blocked in a blind alley. But always, if we have faith, God will open a door for us, not perhaps the one we would like, but one that is good for us. To get over your problems, it is necessary that you put them in proper perspective. Robert Schuller, the philosopher of possibility thinking, believes in the following assumptions. They offer light and inspiration to anyone who wants to leave his failures behind and move forward to success and joy. Every living human being has problems. Every problem has a limited lifespan. Every problem holds positive possibilities. Every problem will change you. You can choose what your problem will do to you. There is a negative and a positive reaction to every problem. Exercise 1. Answer the following questions. A. How did the Indian cricket fans at Kolkata show their inability to accept the failure of their team? B. Why do some people want to escape into a fairyland? C. What does Hector Ruiz say about the failure of his company? D. What are some of the failures that young people experience in their life? explain at least four strategies to prevent our failures from getting the better of us. Yes. What are the principles that helped Robert Schuller to cope with problems? To discuss. Stumbling for some and take stones for others. 3. Something to do. Read about well-known personalities like Amitabh. How many failures did they have in life? Make a list. 4. Something to think about. A sure measure of greatness is the way we handle our failure in life. 5. Something to memorize. Tough times never last, but tough people do. When things get tough, the tough get going. The only people who never fail are those who never try. Ilka says, the only time you don't fail is the last time you try anything and it works. William Strong. A man can fail many times, but he is not a failure until he begins to blame somebody else. John Burger. We mount to heaven mostly failures were successes. A.B. Alcott. Chapter 4. The Eye of the Beholder. It has rightly been said that beauty is in the eye of the beholder. The way we look at ourselves, people and events decide our happiness. Some people see only obstacles, others see opportunities. What is a waste of money for some is considered generously by others. Two people can look at exactly the same thing and have opposite feelings about it. It is their thoughts, what they are feeling, what they are telling themselves, and their attitudes that produce their feelings. Some people go through life seeing only evil and complaining about everything. Others, even when they are poor or handicapped, achieve a lot, have fun, and spread sunshine. Attitudes are at the root of both types in life. Both types of life. 24-year-old Lal Rimavi Aka Meseli of Mizoram can use only 3 fingers. In July 2006, she completed a 202-page novel, Confession, in just 26 days, punching the letters on her typewriter with a pen hold in those 3 fingers of her left hand. Many others in her type of situation have remained dependent on others all of their life. Arthur Haley died in November 2004 at the age of 84. Haley had to stop schooling at 14 because in those years there was free education in England only up to that age. Yet he grew up to write 11 novels that were published. 38 people have got 170 million copies of this book. What are our attitudes? What are some of the attitudes we could develop to have a great life? Be happy, think positive. People are as happy as they make up their minds to be, said Abraham Lincoln. Cynthia Nunn says, no one really cares if you are miserable, so you might as well be happy. Some people have a lousy time in even the best restaurant. No one and no event can make us happy or sad. We decide to be what we are. Our thoughts are like a strong magnet. If we think bad thoughts like a broken relationship, that is what will come to us. Negative thoughts attract negative events. Every time you catch yourself, make a effort to see something positive in the situation. Expert says only about 15% of happiness come from our income, wealth, and our financial factors. As much as 90% could come from attitudes, life control, and relationships. Most are much better off financially than our parents and grandparents were. But happiness levels have not changed to an equal measure. Dear Mirza, the actor says, I try and see everything in a positive light, whether it is the demise of a dear one or moments of deep pain. I have come to understand that everything happens for the best. I may fault me when it happens, but times will always prove that it was for my good. I also take failure constructively. Robert Halden said, your decision is the key. To be happy, choose happiness. To be peaceful, choose peace. To be free, choose freedom. Once an elderly man, once an elderly man took his twin grandsons to a stable. The floor of the stall was covered in manure and they could see no animal. The first boy felt disgusted by the smell and the sight of the manure and wanted to get out of the stall immediately. The others started dancing around eagerly. He said, with all this manure around there must be a pony somewhere. Do not drown in the pile of manure you see. Look for the pony that is certainly nearby. The ant's attitude. Jim Rohn teaches us 4 attitudes that we could learn from ants. 1. Ants never give up. If they are going somewhere and you try to stop them, they find another way. They will climb over, dig under or go around. No one can stop them. They know where they are going and they will get there no matter what. 2. Ants think winter all summer. They enjoy the summer but never forget that summer will come to an end. They do not lose themselves so much in the enjoyment of summer that they do not get ready for the winter that is sure to come. They gather their winter food in the middle of summer. Be realistic, think ahead. 3. Ants think summer all winter. During the cold of winter, ants remind themselves, this won't last long. We will soon be in the warmth of summer. The thought of summer in the middle of winter prevents them from getting discouraged. They bide their time. The first one they were out, if it gets cold again, they will dive back in, but are out again the next first one day. 4. Ants collect in summer as much as they can. They are not satisfied with the pass marks. They do not do the minimum. They achieve the maximum they can. Think big, dreams. Rahul Dravid, captain of the Indian cricket team, voted as a youth icon, defines the spirit of youth as the ability to dream and achieve. When Dyamirza was 12, she read, you are never given also being given make it come true. You may have to work for it, however. I believe in it so strongly that whether it was winning the Miss Asia Pacific crown or being an independent working woman, somehow all my wishes have come true, she says. The bigger our dreams, the greater our achievements. Learn from everyone, every event and whenever possible. We learn not only in school from textbooks and teachers. Every person, event and circumstance around us can be our teacher if our mind is open to them and we are in the lookout for knowledge and improvement. Kapil Dev towards the end of his career was helped by Rajinder Pal to improve his famous away singer. The day before the first Ashes test at Lord's, bowler Shane Warne asked coach Terry Jenner to help to improve his game. His bowling in the country championship had been poor and he did not mind counseling the coach who had not been a great international player. Jenner and Paul will not be remembered in cricket history, but Shane Warne and Kapil Dev will surely be. Rudra Pratap Singh was failing with his bowling when a newspaper reporter suggested to him to pitch the ball up. He did and promptly got wicked. Not only experts can teach or help us, we learn from anyone and everyone around us. We may choose to be angry with someone who makes suggestion to us. Perhaps he is worse than we are in that activity. Perhaps he is too old or too young. Perhaps he is jealous of us. On the other hand, if we are desirous of improving ourselves and our performance, there is nothing like trying out a piece of advice we receive. It may work out. We will then have learned. We will grow. Not everyone is against us. Instead, most people would be happy to see us succeed. Don't sweat the small things. This is an American expression that means we should be ready to ignore little problems and mistakes. When we are young, we are idealistic, and it is good to be so. We would like everyone and everything to be perfect. This is not how the world is. We have to learn when to stand up for a principle and fight for it, and when it is better to ignore and forgive the mistakes we see. We should have a hierarchy in the value we stand for. Some are vitally important and we are repaired, even to die for them. Others are important but are ranked lower in our list and we fight for them. We would be happy if we could have even those places choiced in our scale, but we are prepared to condone the lack of them. York University psychology professor Gordon Flack said in June 2004 that perfectionists are prone to health problems because they are under constant stress. Perfectionism is not officially recognized as a psychiatric disorder. However, extreme forms of perfectionism should be considered as illness, he added. We ought to set high standards for ourselves and for people around us, but neither we nor others will be able to come to our expectations all the time. Strike a balance between ambition and contentment. There are two contradictory messages coming to you from all the people around you and even from this series of value education textbooks. One of them urges you onto constant improvement, growth, development, high targets, achievements, success, in short to ambition. The other asks you to be content with who you are, what you do, how you do it, what you are able to achieve and what you have, not to envy others, to accept and adjust to our family and our we suggest a balance. In May 2006, David Sharp was climbing Mount Everest when he fell ill. The weather was ideal for climbing and none of his companions volunteered to stay back with David or to help him down the mountain. Mark Inglis, the first double amputee to conquer the peak, said that around 40 climbs from their groups too passed by David as he struggled for life, but did not stop leaving him to die, and to die alone. Human life is far more important than just getting to the top of a mountain, said Edmund Hillary, the first one ever to reach the top of Everest. There have been a number of occasions when people have been and left to die, and I don't regard this as a correct philosophy, he added. We need to have our priorities clear. We need ambition and contentment. The right balance between the two will bring us success as well as happiness. Similarly, we need to combine competition and collaboration. It is striking now. It is striking how successful people are always surrounded by many others similarly successful. Collaboration among competitive people as a success. Exercise 1. Answer the following questions. A. Why is it important to have the right attitude in life? B. How do positive thoughts contribute to our happiness? C. Explain four attitudes we could learn from ants. D. Why is it important to have dreams to think? How should we react when people correct us or give us advice? F. What should our attitude be towards the small imperfections we see around us? G. Do we need to have ambition or to be content with who we are and what we have? H. What do we need? Competition or collaboration? 2. Discuss. What attitude towards studies and work will make our life a happier one? 3. Something to do. Interview your father or mother to find out their attitudes towards their work. Share what you can with your class. 4. Something to think about. My attitudes determine my success and my happiness. 5. Something to memorize. Nothing is beautiful from every point of view for us. Keep your face to the sunshine and you cannot see the shadow. Helen Keller. If you just help in carrying an atmosphere, to just help in creating an atmosphere, the rest will be done by the atmosphere itself. Even the wingless leaves rise high like the birds when a powerful storm comes. Vinoba Bhave. I do not believe in the word fate. It is the refuge of every self-confessed failure. Andrew Schroeder. We make our fortune and we call them fate. Benjamin Disraeli. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Chapter 5. Dangerous Substances. As we grew out of childhood and into adolescence, we become more and more aware of our body. We understand all the functions of its various parts, its needs, and the way it affects them. Now we think more than we used to. We are eager to learn more about it. We want to take care of it so that we can live a happy and successful life as adults. An essential part of studying about our body is to know about the chemical substances which have serious effects on the body when taken even in small doses. They are dangerous and harmful. They are commonly referred to as drugs. As soon as we hear the word drug, to think of heroin, cocaine, ganja, etc. There are several other substances which are even more dangerous for society, but are freely available in the market. Many of these substances have effects on the nervous system, others of various other organs of the body. Some of them affect our mood or mental state. A common characteristic of all drugs is that if taken in larger quantities or even in small amounts but over a long period of time, they damage the body seriously to the point of endangering life itself. Another fact about drugs is that once we get into the habit of using them, it is very difficult to stop doing so. Some drugs are very dangerous to the individuals taking them, but they are very expensive. They are forbidden by law. They may not be so readily available. So their use is not very widespread, hence they do not do so much damage to society. Other drugs do not appear to be so very dangerous. They are not too expensive. There are no laws against their use. We find them in many shops all over the town. Hence, most people use these drugs freely. The health of our entire population is affected by them. So we have to consider these drugs as extremely dangerous to our society. What are these harmful drugs that no one speaks about? Statistics show that the most dangerous drugs in use today are the following, in the order in which they are given below: alcohol, nicotine, medicines sold only with a doctor's prescriptions, additives in food, medicines that may be sold without a doctor's prescriptions, coffee and tea. Alcohol does permanent damage to the liver and the brain. Alcohol does damage to. If a pregnant woman drinks alcohol, she harms the baby in her womb. Excessive drinking affects the heart, the kidneys, and other organs. Alcohol slows down our reactions, hence it is very dangerous to drive vehicles after drinking. We would easily get into accidents. Consumption of alcohol destroys our capacity to work. Alcohol drinks are expensive. Many people become poor because all their money is spent for alcohol. Alcohol changes the behavior of people. Some become very brave and do dangerous things. Others lose their sense of shame and do foolish things they would be too embarrassed to do had they been embarrassed to do had they been sober. Some become very happy for a time and they ignore even their serious real problems. Others become sad and depressed. They may even attempt suicide. Some become angry and violent. They fight with the members of their family or anyone else they meet. Nicotine is found in all tobacco products: cigarette, bidis, pan masala, gutka, talab, khaine, snuff, chewing tobacco, etc. Nicotine is so dangerous that if all the nicotine that is in a single cigarette were to be extracted and injected directly into our blood, we would die. Fortunately for us, when tobacco is merely smoked in or chewed, only a small quantity of the nicotine is absorbed into our blood. It has been definitively proved that nicotine and other chemicals in tobacco causes cancer for the lungs, the throat and the mouth. It does serious damage to the heart and the blood vessels. It reduces the capacity of our lungs to absorb oxygen. It harms the beauty and the health of our teeth and gums. It hurts the liver and our kidneys. More people die of tobacco-related illness from than from tuberculosis or AIDS. Nicotine reduces the sexual capacities of men and even makes it more difficult for women to have babies. Pharmacies are allowed to sell some medicines only if a doctor prescribes them. This law is there precisely because the government knows how dangerous these medical drugs are. People should take them only if a qualified doctor said that a sickness cannot be cured except with this medicine. Even then, they should be taken only in the exact dose the doctor has prescribed and at the frequency that he has ordered. It is good to consult a second doctor before we start taking them. Many of us take tablets, tonics and syrups as soon as we feel a little out of form. Self-medication is very harmful. A tablet may give quick relief from pain, but all these chemicals, whether prescription drugs or those sold without prescriptions, have side effects. That is to say, though they cure our immediate illness, a headache or an indigestion, for example, they damage some other parts of our body. Even in the most harmless of cases, our liver or kidney have to work extra to process these chemicals or filter them out of our body. Taking medicines randomly makes our body resistant to them. When we are seriously sick and we actually need these medicines, they may have no good effect on us at all. Many things we eat today are not grown and cooked by us. We consume a lot of things brought from stores: chips, pickles, cakes, bread, biscuits, pizzas, burgers, canned vegetables or meat, tinned fish or syrup, tinned fish or soup, sweets, chocolates, wafer, masala, sauce, seasons, sweeteners, etc. We drink a lot of cold, air-tight drinks and packet fruit juices. It was reported in November 2004 that farmers in some districts of Andhra Pradesh were spraying their crops with colas to get rid of pests. We know from our own experience at home that food gets spoiled very easily and quickly. All the processed or half-processed food and drink we buy from the market contain chemical preservation, substances that are added to prevent the food from rotting. We do not feel the harm they do to us because they are present only in small quantities. But when we consume such good year after year, they could seriously damage our bodies. Almost all of us drink coffee or tea every day and even several times a day. They contain a drug called caffeine. It works on our brain and nervous system and makes us feel more alert and awake. Though it is a weak drug, if we drink too many cups of tea or coffee every day, we get addicted to it. We cannot live without it. Some people become irritated or cannot do any work in the morning without drinking some coffee first. Caffeine disturbs our natural sleep pattern. We would be healthier if we could avoid the habit of drinking tea or coffee. All or most of these drugs are not forbidden or illegal. Even if they were made illegal, people would discover ways to find and consume them. We do not avoid things because they are forbidden. We avoid them because we choose to do so after we know the harm they do to us, our health, and our relationships. Exercise 1. Answer the following questions. A. What do we usually think of when we hear the word drug? B. What are two elements common to the nature of all drugs? C. What are some of the harmful effects of alcohol? Why is it dangerous to use products that contain tobacco? D. What harm do medicines do to us? F. Why is it dangerous to take food containing chemical additives? G. Why is it better to avoid coffee and tea? To discuss. Is it possible to live happy without using any form of drugs? 3. Something to do. Ask a doctor to explain to you the needs of drugs and the dangers of using them. Discuss at home the drugs that you regularly consume in the family. So something to think about. How often do I drink coffee, tea, or even alcohol? Do I smoke? Am I addicted to, in the habit of using any of these drugs? Something to memorize. Habitual intoxication is the epitome of every crime, Gerald. Cultivate only the habits that you are willing should master you. Albert Hubbard. Habit, if not resisted, soon become necessity. St. Augustine. The time has come to stop the sale of slavery to the young. Lyndon Baines Johnson. The young physician starts life with 20 drugs for each disease, and the old physician ends life with one drug for 20 diseases. William Osler. Chapter 6. Alcohol. Sujit used to be a painter. He was rather well off because of the building boom in Bangalore, where he lived and worked. With so many new office buildings and houses under construction, he was in great demand and he earned well. Unfortunately, Sujit get into the habit of relaxing every evening by going around the bars and pubs in the city in the company of a few friends. Sujit eventually became an alcoholic. He would wake up in the morning with a splitting headache, a furry tongue, and a heavy hangover. Someone told him that the best way to get over a hangover was to take a drink in the morning. The drink in the morning soon became a daily need. After a while, Sujit got into the habit of leaving the bottle close to the head of his bed. He could not even get out of his bed without first taking a sip. His hands would tremble, and he could not hold a paintbrush steady unless to had a stiff shot from his bottle. He became irregular at work. One by one, the contractors recognized his problem and refused to give him work. When no one would employ him any longer, he was left with no source of income whatever. Sujit began selling all he had in his house to buy the drinks he needed. When he had nothing left to pawn or sell, he started selling his blood to the blood banks in the city. A gap of at least 3 months is needed between donations. When his money was over, Sujit would go to a different hospital that did not know of his previous donations. He would sell another bottles of his blood to buy another bottle of his drink. Sujit finally collapsed and was hospitalized. He confessed his addiction to the hospital staff. He needed special de-addiction treatment, months of counseling, and years of affectionate follow-up to rebuild his personality and willpower so that he could live a more normal life. In April 2004, the German police saw a 17-ton bulldozer moving dangerously on the street in Berlin at 3 a.m. in the night. They had to jump onto the bulldozer, break open the window, and spray paper on the face of the driver to make him stop. The 28-year-old man was found to be drunk and was arrested. On 5th September 2001, Prabhudas was driving the train number 495 from Ujjain to Maho. Prabhudas was high on alcohol and he forgot to stop the train at the station, a few kilometers from Indore. He kept going towards the next station, Fatehabad. Fortunately for Prabhudas, for the railway staff and the passengers of this and all the other trains on the route, the train come to a halt on its own before he fell unconscious to the floor, punch drunk. Surveys in 2004 showed the Irish to be among the heaviest drinkers in the world. Alcohol-related problems cost their small country $2.7 billion a year in healthcare, crime, road accidents, and lost productivity. The government brought in strict regulation to reduce alcohol consumption. Irish. In November 2001, at Najafgarh in New Delhi, 40-year-old Suresh helped by her son, 18-year-old Pawan, attacked her husband Brahm Prakash with an axe and killed him. Alcohol used to send General Prakash into fits of uncontrollable anger at imagined slights. This is a characteristic of alcohol. It affects not only the body on a person, the body of a person, it changes his very personality. Very timid person may become dangerously aggressive. Very shy people may lose all their inhibitions and sense of shame. Some people become extremely sad and melancholic. Others may become so depressed as to commit suicide. Many young people experiment dangerously with sex under the influence of alcohol and regret it for the rest of their life. Alcohol has different psychological effects on different people, but no one remains totally unaffected by it. The nature of the effect varies also according to the quantity of alcohol consumed. Excessive intake of it invariably leads to a totally negative impact on one's personality. It destroys one's willpower. An alcoholic personality and self-confidence disintegrate totally. The physical effect of alcohol are the same for everyone. It does serious damage to our internal organs, particularly to the liver. Alcohol destroys cells in our brain. It leads to high blood pressure, stroke, and heart attacks. In our country, excessive duty and other taxes on alcohol are so high that all alcoholic drinks are very expensive. Only very rich people can afford to have such drinks regularly without ruining the economic situation of their family. This high price of alcohol has positive as well as negative consequences. A positive consequence is that it prevents, at least to an extent, the expensive or too frequent consumption of alcohol. Secondly, it is a major source of income for the government. A negative consequence is that the high price led to the total economic ruin of people like Sujit. Secondly, poor people are driven to buy the cheap but unhygienically produced illegal liquor. In October 2001, at Noida in New Delhi, nearly 50 people died after consuming a spiced country spirit produced illegally and sold in pouches. Such hook tragedies are a regular occurrence in every state of India and almost every year. Alcoholism is a problem that is a great traveler, that is a great leveler. People of all religions, castes, languages, ethnic groups, and economic classes become victims of it. Alcoholism is now recognized as an illness. The inability to control oneself once one starts consuming alcohol. A lot of discussion is possible on a theoretical and scientific level that a controlled, limited consumption of hygienically produced alcoholic drinks is actually beneficial to health. Unfortunately, alcohol has the characteristics of making a person lose his capacity of self-control. As they say, man takes the drink takes the drink, the drink takes the man. There are very few among us who remain totally in control once we start consuming alcohol. It takes over and keeps us drinking long after we ought to have stopped. Studies in Houston in the USA in 2004 suggested that alcoholism runs in families. The genes in some families result in easier addiction. In our parents or grandparents drink, we need to avoid alcohol altogether. If we are not to become alcoholics, there are two ways in which children of alcoholic parents may react. One is to become alcoholics like their parents. The other is of disgust at what they experienced in their families in their childhood, so that they never touch a drink in their life. Mahatma Gandhi dreamed of his country totally free of the course of alcohol. Today, prohibition is the official policy of the government in Very few of our states, even their liquor is available for those who really want it and are willing to pay a higher price for it. There are two things for us to remember in this regard. The first is that in all countries all over the world, even where liquor is available at cheap prices, there are laws forbidding minors to consume alcoholic drinks. Liquor shops owner bartenders bartenders are punished severely if they sell alcohol to people below a certain age. This age varies from country to country, but generally ranges from 16 to 21. Secondly, laws, rules, and punishments cannot by themselves prevent any evil. We can always find ways to get around these laws or to break them in secret. There are two things we need to do. We inform ourselves properly of all the consequences of the consumption of alcohol. Secondly, we train ourselves, strengthen our willpower, and teach ourselves discipline and self-control so that we make a free and informed decision about our attitude towards alcohol. We can stick to this choice no matter what the circumstances and what the pressures from the people around us. If by any chance you feel that you already have the beginnings of an alcohol problem, speak to the school counselor or to a teacher about it. If you know someone who is an alcoholic, encourage him to join the local Alcoholics Anonymous group. It is almost impossible for an addict to cure himself. He needs the help of a doctor and even more so of a support group. The best of this is that of the Alcoholics Anonymous. Exercise. Answer the following questions. A. What are some of the psychological effects of consuming alcohol? B. What are some of the physical effects of an excessive consumption of alcohol? C. What are given to negative consequences of high price of alcohol in our country? D. Why is it dangerous to follow the opinion that moderate consumption of alcohol is good for our health? Why it is dangerous? E. How should children of alcoholic parents react? F. What are two things we ought to remember as regard the laws regarding the consumption of alcohol? G. What are two things we could do as regards our attitude towards alcohol? To discuss. Making laws against the consumption of alcohol only makes the situation worse. 3. Something to do. Find out whether there is an alcoholic anonymous group in your area. If there is, ask them to send you someone to share with you class his experiences with alcohol. 4. Something to think about. It would be most foolish on my part to start destroying my brain cells and other body parts even before they are fully grown and developed as in an adult. 5. Something to memorize. The first dropped savors for health, the second for pleasure, the third for shame, and the fourth for madness. Anchorage. Whiskey is a good thing on its place. If you want to kill a dead man, put him in whiskey. If you want to kill a live man, put whiskey in him. Goethe. Strong drinks is not only the devil's way into a man, but man's way to the devil. Adam Clarke. All the armies on earth do not destroy so many of the human race, nor alienate so much property as drunkenness. Bacon. Drunkenness places man so much below the level of the brutes, as reason elevates him above them. Sinclair. Chapter 7. Right to a good name. It took 5 years and it cost rupees 50,000 for the Shamsundar Agrawal and Vijay Sharma. It was worth the effort. The two of them were accused of instigating people to fight. They were asked to pay a fine of rupees 50. It was easy enough to shell out this small amount and save themselves a lot of trouble. This is exactly what several others, who were accused of the same crime along with them, did. These two gentlemen instead felt that no amount of trouble was too much to go through for the sake of maintaining the good name they always had. They refused to pay the fine and went to the court to prove their in innocence. The case dragged on the case dragged on for 5 long years, and the duo spent rupees 50,000 fighting it. But finally, they were declared innocent of what they had been accused of, and action was taken against the police officer who had falsely implicated them. Sundar and Vijay showed the high value they place on their good name and reputation. Every one of us would like to have a good reputation, and every one of us has the right to it. We damage the good name of others in two ways. One of these is to go around spreading totally false tale about people. We may do this out of envy, hatred, anger, or a spirit of revenge. When we make up and spread humiliating stories about others, we are doing serious injustice. Spreading falsehood about someone through a public speech in a printed form is called libel. Libel is punished by law. Recently, a British lady wrote a biography of Indira Gandhi in which she made certain remarks about Sanjay Gandhi. His widow, Maneka Gandhi, knew that these accusations were totally false. Even a dead person has the right to his good name. Maneka filed a case in a British court. The judge ruled her right. The writer and publisher of the book were ordered to apologize, withdraw the unsold copies of the book from bookshop, and delete the false, offensive passage. They also had to pay a very large amount of money to Maneka Gandhi as compensation. A second way in which we sin against the good name of a person is by giving unnecessary publicity of the private sins of an individual. No one is required to go around telling everyone of all the mistakes he has made in his private life. You have no right to make public the secret mistakes of even a public person such as a politician. The only exception would be if these errors are of such a nature that because of them the continuation of that person in public life would cause so serious harm to the nation. In all other cases, it would be wrong on our part to go around spreading information about his private life, even if his information were true. In May 2004, a newspaper in the UK was ordered to pay damage to a famous fashion model. It had published a photo of her leaving a meeting of her Narcotic Anonymous Group. Everyone with whom we live, study, or work has the right to privacy. There are many ways in which we may show our lack of respect for the privacy of others. Here are some examples of wrongdoings in this regard. It is wrong to look into someone's diary, to read others' letters, to listen to a conversation between two people on the telephone, to overhear a private conversation among people, to peep into a house through windows or ventilators, or into a room through keyholes, to enter someone's room without knocking, to enter someone's room in his absence and look around in it, to search through the desk, table, or files of someone, to open other people's email or search through their personal subdirectories in their computers, to pry out information from a personal lawyer, counselors, doctors, psychiatrists, priests, servants, etc. The person may himself invite us to read something personal and private about him. In such a case, we may do so, but this is a sign of the great trust he placed us. He knows that we respect him. He is sharing the information with us in the hope that with it we may be able to help him in some way. It would be absolutely wrong on our part to take advantage of this confidence in us. We would be betraying his trust if we were to pass personal information about him to anyone. It would be wrong for us to do this even after we have stopped being friends. All of us make mistakes. It is not necessary for everyone to know all the mistakes we have ever made in our life. Everyone has the right to privacy and to a good name. We respect this right and not to speak badly of anyone, neither in public nor in private. Exercise 1. Answer the following questions. A. Why did Shyam Sundar Agrawal and Vijay Sharma fight a case over a ₹50 fine? B. What is legal? C. What is the most serious way in which we sin against the right of people to have a good name and reputation? D. Is it alright to give publicity to the private mistakes of people? E. Give some examples of the ways in which we sin against the right to privacy that everyone has. F. What should our attitude to be a friend? To be if a friend of ours shares with us private information about himself? To discuss. Truth is more important than a person's good name. We ought to let everyone know all the truth about other people. Something to do. Take a sheet of paper and divide it into two columns. In the left column, write down all the mistakes of people you have told others about. In the other right column, make a list of the times when you have made exactly these same mistakes. Be honest with yourself when you make the two lists. You need not share this with the class. 4. Something to think about. The right to make mistakes can be considered a human right for the simple reason that all human beings make mistakes. When I come to know of a mistake made by someone, I ought to think first what I would like others to do if I were caught making the same mistake. 5. Something to memorize. We cannot control the evil thoughts of others, but a good life enables us to disregard them. Cato. Regard your good name as the richest jewel you can possibly possess. Socrates. The two most precious things this side of the grave are reputation and our life is to be lamented that the most contemptible whisper may deprive us of one and the weakest weapon of the other. Colton. Reputation, reputation, reputation. Oh, I have lost my reputation. I have lost the immortal part of myself, and what remains is bestial. Shakespeare. There are two ways of establishing our reputation: to be praised by honest men and to be accused by wrath. The former will invariably be accompanied by the latter. Colton. Chapter 8. Instant coffee. Many images are used to describe today's culture. Among them are instant coffee, Coca-Cola, and juice and so. If we feel the need of taking a cup of coffee, we have at least two options. We can follow the normal procedure to prepare it from the usual roasted and powdered coffee forms, or we can just add a spoon of instant coffee powder to a cup of hot water. The first is a slow process but gives us genuine coffee. The second is a very quick option and meets our immediate need instantly, but what we are drinking is probably far from being pure, genuine coffee. Today we want quick results. We want to reach the top immediately. We want to get rich fast. We get worked up when we see that this is going to be a long, tedious process. We want to score a century. When we play cricket the first time, we want to be a hit or we want to shine out. We're doing something great at our very first attempt. We ignore the hours of practice all successful people have put in day after day, week after week for years and years. We would like to have their success, but without putting in the efforts they made. We want instant success. At times, this mad search for instant success leads people into extreme dangers. There are innumerable instances of young girls from village moving to cities tempted by the glamour of the fashion and film world. They are willing to do anything to get their first chance because they think they will then have instant success. There are many in our cities waiting for girls who are willing to do anything and exploit them to the maximum. Most of these girls end up doing anything for everything merely to survive and never achieve success. Anything and everything merely to survive and never achieve success. They reach nowhere near the fashion circuit or the film studio except in their daydreams. It was reported in September 2004 that in Bhubaneswar, crimes committed by students had more than doubled in 3 years. Most of them took to crime because they wanted to earn a first buck without any hard labor. In 2006, two girls from Madhya Pradesh attempted suicide in the sea in Mumbai after they could not find the studio where a talent search program was going on. The instant coffee culture wants instant solution of all problems. We abandon Ayurveda and other herbal medicines because they are slow in relieving our pain. Many of these treatments cure our illness from their roots. They treat the cause than the symptoms, rather than the symptoms of disease. Their cure is more long-lasting and preventive, but they take time and may also demand a disciplined diet, some particular exercise, or a change in our lifestyle. We need not the instant coffee attitude, but the bread making attitude. To make bread, we need to knead the dough, wait for hours for it to rise, then punch it down and knead some more. Wait for a couple of hours into it to rise again, and then bake it for a while before it is ready to be eaten. Nothing worthwhile is instantaneous. Every success in whatever field is a long, tedious journey. Patience and perseverance are two words that we need to bring back into our day-to-day vocabulary. The only place where success comes before work is in a dictionary, said Bijal Sasson. Only through long hours and painstaking effort can we get results. If we do not accept this fact of life, our lives will be far from happy and fulfilling, for we may not make the extra effort needed for success. Ujjwal Dosanjh from Punjab became the Attorney General of Canada, the Prime Chief Minister of British Columbia, and finally Federal Minister of Health. But he started in Canada by working in a sawmill. He learned English, studied in college, and got a degree in law before joining politics. William F. Gates, the father of the richest man in the world, Bill Gates, remembered how his son used to get out of bed, spend the whole night at a computer center near home, and return quietly to bed as though he had stayed the whole night there. He used to spend a lot of time in the library too, said Gates Sr. Jennifer Lopez, before she became a star, used to sweep the studio floor and sleep there in order to save money and have more practice. There is no magical solution for anything. There are no magical solution to anything. We waste time in the search of immediate, miraculous formless for success. Instead, if we use this time for serious study and practice, we would have, before we realize it, a solid basis for our long-term success in life. Another element of our instant coffee attitude is our inability to postpone the fulfillment of any of our needs and desires. If a child is hungry or wants a sweet or chocolate or needs to do the bathroom, this need or desire has to fulfill immediately. If not, he is unhappy, may cry and even start screaming, rolling on the ground, etc. An adult is normally able to postpone the fulfillment of a need or desire to a later time. If it is difficult to do so immediately or if it causes inconvenience to others, in our instant coffee age, we do not have the patience to wait. Like little children, we want to satisfy our needs as soon as we feel them, no matter how difficult it is to do so, or how much pain, suffering, or less it may cause to others. Coca-Cola culture. Our culture is labeled a Coca-Cola culture to mean that it is Western, that it is superficial in its value, etc. Compare the price of a liter of these drinks with that of a liter of diesel, petrol, or kerosene. It has taken nature millions of years to prepare the petroleum from which we process these fuels. Each time we use a liter of it, we are removing it from the earth forever. A soft drink is 99% nearly plain water. The concentrate that is added is produced from plants that we cultivate. Yet, this renewable substance that needs much less processing than our kerosene is priced higher. We are willing to pay this high price for a low value product. Our attitudes are superficial. We are brainwashed by a flood of advertisements into believing that drinking these soft drinks is the in thing to do. That if we have them, we shall become popular, especially with persons of the opposite sex. That success in life depends on the soft drink we consume, etc. The television, the radio, magazine, and newspaper, and all roads in every hook and corner of our country are flooded by advertisements of these drinks. These companies have proved that we are very easily persuaded into giving away our hard-earned money in exchange for a product of questionable value. However, exorbitant its price, our values are not rooted deep enough to resist the power of flashy advertisements. We evaluate others and ourselves on the basis of superficial externals, the brand of their clothes, shoes, or softness, or shoes or sunglasses, their hairstyle, perfume or deodorant, the color of their hair, the length of their nose, or the shape lines of their figure, etc. As Soni Shangwan wrote in the Hindustan Times, it is look and not needs that matter for youngsters. Those who do not have good looks are not fit to be our friends. If we are unable to have even one of these external symbols of wealth, success, and happiness, we get so desperate that we may take to violence and crime to get it. Some prefer not to live. Use and throw culture. Not so long ago, when we wanted to buy something, one of the elements we considered was how long the article would last. The longer it could be used, the more we were willing to pay for it. Today, instead, we have got used to buying the latest model of the market. latest model in the market and using it only for a while. We throw it away and buy a new model. Most recently released, we have many things that are meant to be used only once and then throw away: cups, plates, cutlery, serviette, napkins, nappies, bottles, etc. Fashionable people are afraid to be seen wearing the same dress on two important occasions. Every wedding or other functions they attend has to be in a new sari, dress or suit. We want the very latest available in the market, no matter whether it is a better product than the earlier one and whether we can afford it or not. We are not concerned about the resources we waste by throwing away things that can still be used. We are not bothered about the pollution that our thrown away culture causes. We have a very short attention span. We cannot listen to anyone or concentrate on anything except for a very short while. Every film, every frame in a film or a latest television program lasts only a second or two. We are shallow in our thought and we keep flipping from one thing to another. Worst of all, this attitude has penetrated even into our relationships. We do not like to make from like we do not like to make permanent or long-lasting friendships. Some of us may have had parents who are not willing to make the efforts needed to save their marriage and preferred to get divorced because they had some problems. We may have come across boys and girls who are dating or seeing or going around with a different friend every week. Relationships with other human beings have become the same as our attitude towards object use and so. The greatest happiness in life comes from long-lasting or permanent relationship with others. Relationships that last through thick and thin. There have been built over time through shared experiences, even painful ones, and with love and sacrifice on the part of everyone involved. In Poonch district of Kashmir, Bang Hussain, 105, married Jamshed Bai, 90, in December 2005. He had waited 46 years for her to say yes to him. True love is faithful and eternal. We can be young, modern, and fashionable without losing the value that bring lasting and permanent joy in life. Those who are rootless get blown off by every little wind. Exercise 1. Answer the following questions. A. Why is our modern culture compared to instant coffee? B. What attitude do we need for real success? C. Why do many students take to climb? D. Why is our culture often called a Coca-Cola culture? E. What shows that our evaluation of people is often superficial? F. In what sense has everything in life become a use and throw article? G. Where do we find the greatest happiness in life? 2. Discuss. Youth is a time for enjoyment. Values and depth of thought will come automatically with age. 3. Something to do. As a class, make a list of all the things you really value in life. Things you want to own, to do, to learn, to experience. 4. Something to think about. Trees that grow tall fast sink their roots deep into the ground. 5. Something to memorize. There is no substitute for thoroughgoing, ardent and sincere earnestness. Dickens. Do you wish to be rich? You may become so if you desire it in no halfway, but thoroughly. Do you wish to master any sense or accomplishment? Get yourself to it, and it lies beneath your feet. This world is given as the price for the man is earnest, and that which is true of this world is truer still of the world to come. F. W. Robertson. All good things are cheap. All bad are very dear. Henry David Thoreau. Chapter 9. Old is gold. It is most natural that from time to time we do not see eye to eye with our parents. Our experiences, knowledge, and needs are different from those of our parents. Our parents, and even more so our grandparents, keep repeating when we were young, or when we were your age, or in the good old days, most annoying. We could not care less about how things were in the good old days. We do not live in those days, and we will never have to. We have to live today and tomorrow. However bad or evil they may seem to be in our elders, certainly things are really better today than they were years ago. We are progressing, developing, getting educated, becoming civilized. Are not we? Everything is certainly changing in numerous ways. What is not so certain is whether all those changes are for the good or not. We have to decide the direction of our change. We need to ask ourselves where we are going. It seems the following taxi was written and put on the internet by a student of Columbine, Colorado High School. It was in this school that not so long ago, two boys, Eric Harris and Dan Clavitt, killed two students and injured several others before shooting themselves to death. The paradox of our time is history. The paradox of our time in history is that we have taller buildings but shorter tempers, wider highways by narrowest viewpoints, narrower viewpoints. We spend more but have less. We buy more but enjoy less. It. We have bigger homes. We have bigger houses and smaller families. More convenience but less time. We have more dresses but less sense. More knowledge but less judgment. More experts but more problems. More medicines but less well-being. We have multiplied our possessions but reduced our values. We talk too much, love too seldom, and hate too often. We have learned how to make a living but not a life. We have added years to life, not life to years. We have been all the way to the moon and back, but have traveled crossing the street to meet the new neighbor. We have conquered outer space, but not inner space. We have cleaned up the air, but polluted the soul. We have split the atom, but not our prejudices. These are the time of tall men. These are the time of tall men and short character, steep profits and shallow relationships. These are the times of world peace, but domestic welfare, more leisure, but less fun, more kind of food, but less nutrition. These are the days of two incomes, but more divorce, or fancier houses, but broken homes. It is a time when there is much in the show window and nothing in the stockroom. A time when technology can bring this letter to you, and a time when you can choose either to make a difference or just hit delete. Generation gap. One cause for pride among many young people is their superiority over their parents in the knowledge and mastery of modern technology and gadgets, computers, the internet, etc. Parents are outdated, old-fashioned, behind the times. They do not know how to send email, write a blog, or send SMS. Here is an interesting example of how our technology of today is influenced and independent on that of the past. The US standard railroad gauge distance between the rails is 4 feet 8.5 inches. That is an extremely odd number. Why was that gauge used? Because that was the gauge in England, and immigrants from England built the US railroad. Why did the English built them like that because the first rail lines were made by the same people who built the tramways, and that's the gateway they used. Why did the terms have that gauge? Because the people who built the tramways used the same stamps and tools that they used for building wagons, which had that spacing between the wheels. The distance between the wagon wheels was this because if they tried any other spacing, they would break on some of the old long distance roads in England for that spacing between the old routes on them. Where did these routes come from? The first long distance routes in Europe were built during the Roman Empire for their legions. Roman war carriage made the initial route, which everyone else had to match for a fear of destroying their wagon wheels and wagons. Since the chariots were made for imperial Rome, they all had exactly the same wheel spacing. Now we have the answer to the original questions. The United States Standard Railroad Gazette of 4 feet 8.5 inches come from the original specifications for a Roman war chariot, and those chariots were made just high enough to accommodate the back ends of two war horses. There is an interesting extension to the story about railroad gadgets and horses behind. There are two big boosters, rockets, on the side of the main fuel tank of a space shuttle. These are solid fuel rocket boosters, or SRBS. Tyrol makes the SRBS at their factory at Uthan. The engineers might have wanted to make them larger, but the SRBs had to be brought by train from the factory to the launch site. The railroad line from the factory runs through a tunnel in the mountains. The SRBs had to fit through that tunnel. The tunnel is slightly wider than the railroad track, and the width of the railroad track was decided at the time of Roman Empire. So the major design features of what is perhaps the world's most advanced transportation system was determined at the time of the Romans. Amazing, but true. If we were to study industrial history, we would learn how modern technology has been built on what our ancestors did. We would then have greater respect for them. Technology has not only a future, it also has a history. Just as we expect our elders to be thrilled by this future, we give due respect to its history. We read often in the papers about old people being driven out of their homes by their children and of the other forms of disrespect and cruelty to elders. That is a shame for all of us. Young people, we respect the elders in our family and society. Without them, we would not exist. Without what they achieved, we would not be where we are today. Innumerable seniors continue to make great contribution to society. 70-year-old Takao Ariyama conquered Mount Everest in May 2006. Dev Anand remains creative and dynamic writes input rise old age. Ramchandra Virappa of Karnataka got himself elected to parliament in 2004 in the age of 94. Amitabh Bachchan continued to be a major force in our film world. Sita Greener, a 55-year-old Nepali mother of 5 children, started attending class 1 in 2004 to learn to read and write. Old is gold. We show respect to everyone elder to us, even if they become helpless due to ill health. Exercise. Answer the following questions. 1. Why it why is it normal for teenagers and parents to be unable to see eye to eye from time to time? B. Explain a few of the paradoxes of modern times. C. How is the size of the solid fuel boosters and the space shuttle influenced by the Roman Empire? D. Mention the achievements of the few elder people. E. How should we treat the elders in our society? D. Discuss. It is of no use to study history. We need only to build the future. See, something to do. Ask an elderly, respected person from your community to come and speak to you about his experience today and in his younger days. For something to think about. We are but pygmies. We are but pygmies standing on the shoulders of a tower of giants. Right, something to memorize. Heads of the past, course of the future. Course of the future. American proverb. I am not young enough to know everything. James Matthew Barrie. Young men are apt to think themselves wise enough, as drunken men are to think themselves sober enough. Chesterfield. It is not possible for civilians to flow backwards while there is youth in the world. Helen Keller. Human wisdom is the aggregate of all human experiences, constantly accumulating, selecting and recognizing its own materials. Chapter 10. Physical appearance. In the year 2000, nearly 171,000 Americans under the age of 18 had some form of plastic surgery. The commonest operations was to change the size and shape of the nose, bombarded with images of actors, actresses, and models with flawless features and picture-perfect bodies. They turned to surgery to try to improve their own appearance. We may think that this happens only in America because the people there have a lot of money. This is not so. In 1999, Sony Sagawan wrote about a certain Maya here in our country who was referred to a psychiatrist because she went to a cosmetic surgeon asking for a third operation on her nose. She was so unhappy with her looks that she even attempted suicide. Dr. Sandeep Bora, a psychiatrist, says, looks have become their ticket to success, and the attitude of youngsters in that they can achieve anything they look a particular way. Their role models are not the traditional ones who have made it good because of studying hard, but because of the way they look. Dr. Chugh adds, the stars of today are what they are, apparently not because of what they did, but because of what they were born with. Looks have become extremely important. Young people seem to believe that to have success, all they need is rightly shaped bodies. This is certainly not true. Amisha Patel was a gold medalist of her university. Shabana Azmi was qualified enough to teach abroad. She is a member of the board of the Department of Mass Communication in the Jamia University. Susmita Sen started learning English only in class 11 and yet went on to do honors in English literature. Akshay Kumar worked his way up from being a waiter in Bangkok. Shakira of Colombia, who sang at the conclusion of the Football World Cup tournament of 2006, has a fantastic IQ of 140. My brain, I believe, is the most beautiful part of my body, she says. She is fluent in Portuguese, Italian, English, Spanish, and Arabic. Look into the past of almost anyone of our really successful actors, actresses, fashion models, etc. They are highly intelligent and well qualified. They work extremely hard to reach where they are today. As Yukta Mukhi said, true beauty comes from within. We grow very rapidly in the first 2 or 3 years of our life. We continue to grow in the years after that, but at a slow rate. Between the age of 11 and 18, there is again sport, a great spurt in the growth of our bodies. At this age, we need a lot of good nourishment if we are to grow up healthy and to our full capacity. It is also at this time that we generally become more aware of our body, its shape, color, functions, etc. It is natural for all teenagers to feel awkward or ungainly at this period of life. At this period in life, we get pimples. We feel that our nose is too long or too short. We look at our ears and we think they are too large or too small. Our eyes look too rounded or too slant. We become unhappy with the shape or thickness of our eyebrows. Our hair is too straight or too curly. We see faults in all the rest of our body, our hands, arms, legs, etc. We are dissatisfied with their shape, size, length, or color. Comparing ourselves to beautiful people we know, to the stars on television, or to the heroes or heroines in films makes us feel even worse. We think we can never be a success as they are. We will never be beautiful. We think that the people around us are all staring at the part of our body that we dislike the most, talking about it behind our backs and making fun of us. Of course, this is not true. It is so only in our imagination. This is how all young people think at this age. We will forget these fears as we grow up. Our physical appearance plays only a minor role in our success or failure in life, or in the number and quality of our friends. The desire to copy others could carry us to dangerous extremes. Mayuri was a 17-year-old girl. When she went out to eat with her friends, they would order whether they wanted, but Mayuri would ask only for fresh images, fresh language. I am putting on weight, she would say. Though she was only 40 kg. One day at an ice cream stand, she ordered only the lime dish. The vendor asked her, the person, "You eat even 4 cassettes at one go." He said, "Why are you not eating anything today?" Mayuri is suffering from an illness called bulimia nervosa. She swings between two extremes. At times she starves herself totally, then suddenly she eats too much for a few days. This is followed by a feeling of guilt and she makes herself vomit or takes too many laxatives. This is extremely harmful to one's health and some people have even to be hospitalized. Sonali Negi once came across a 10-year-old girl who was running up and down the stairs. When Sonali asked her what game she was playing all alone by herself, the girl replied, "This is not a game. I am burning up the extra calories I had for lunch." Teen actress Mary Kate Olsen was admitted into hospital in June 2004 to be treated for anorexia. Sydney Jackson was called Big Nose and Thunder Thighs in her childhood in Ohio and grew up with an inferiority complex. She underwent 47 surgeries to look like the Barbie doll she used to admire as a child. Gandhi had extra large ears. Napoleon was very short and padgy. Abraham Lincoln was just plain ugly. Byron had a clubfoot. Alexander Pope, the poet, was a cripple. Malik Muhammad Jaisi, a great novelist, a great medieval poet in India, was one-eyed and extremely ugly. Michelangelo was ugly. Socrates was very ugly. Shivaji and Lal Bahadur Shastri were very short. Shakira is only 5 feet tall. However unsatisfactory your physical appearance may be, you can make yourself as great as any of these. Exercise 1. Answer the following questions. A. What do teenagers think and feel about their body? B. Is it true that success comes from the beautiful body alone? C. What does Yukta Mukhani say about true beauty? D. What makes young people worry about their body? E. Write about some of our successful actors and actresses. F. What should our attitude be towards our body, food and exercise at this age? G. Give some examples of great people who had defective bodies. To discuss. A. What is of greater importance for having success in life? Physical appearance, intellectual capacities, emotional skills, hard work, or beautiful clothes? B. What makes people like us or dislike us? Our physical appearance, our clothes, or our behavior? 3. Something to do. Read about your favorite hero, heroine, and write a report detailing how he achieved success. 4. Something to think about. True beauty comes from within us. 5. Something to memorize. Beauty is a short-lived tyranny. Socrates. Beauty is a silent seat. Theophrastus. If virtue accompanies beauty, it is heart's paradise. If vice be associated with it, it is a soul's purgatory. Quarrels. I have been more fascinated by a woman of talent and intelligence, though different in personal terms, than I have been by the most regular beauty. Washington Irving. Beauty is often worse than wine, intoxicating both the holder and the beholder. Zimmerman. Chapter 11. National Unity. In the history of the human race, there have been only 2 wars to which we have given the title World Wars. Both of them were fought in the last century. The First World War took place between 1914 and 1918. It was fought mostly within Europe. However, soldiers from all countries took part in it, since the major players in the war had colonies then all over the world. The Second World War was fought all around the globe, and very few countries of significance at the time, 1939 to 1945, remained neutral. Yet even this Second War was primarily a conflict between the nations of Europe. It was in the 18th and 19th centuries that the idea of the nation state came up within Europe. The concept was that every nation should form one and only one country. The most important element in the definition of a nation was the language, since many other aspects of the culture of a people are so dependent on their language. The movement for the formation of nation states was felt all over Europe and resulted in the formation of Germany, France, Italy, etc. The 2 world wars served as shock treatment for people who believed fanatically in the principle of the nation state. After these wars, all right-thinking people realized that as long as Europe remained divided on language lines, there would always be attempts by one language group or another, one country or another, for dominion over its neighbors. This would lead to ever deadlier wars, since the technology could growing by leaps and bounds. Great visionaries like Robert Schuman, Jean Mant, Paul Herinspeak, Bernard Adams, Alfred de Gasperi, etc., saw that the only way to prevent future wars between the nations of Europe was to knit all the countries of the continent into one great nation, one great union. Total political unity was seen as an ideal, but this was too much to hope for given the passionate attachment that each people had or their language and culture. What was more immediately possible was an economic union. This would make the welfare of each country dependent on the welfare of its neighbors. Wars would become undesirable since everyone would lose economically. This reasoning led to the signing as a first caution step of a coal and steel treaty on 18th April 1957. Only five nations, Germany, France, Belgium, Netherlands, and Luxembourg, joined the treaty. In coordinated all the activities of these five countries in these two sectors into one integrated operation, seeing the benefits of the unification. Of this unification, several more countries joined in, and they agreed to extend the cooperation into other sectors of the country. In 1972, the five grew to be eight. In 1984, another three joined in. They formed the European Common Market. A European Commission was set up to supervise the market. In 1993, they became a union of 15 nations. Today, there are 25 countries in the European Union. In 1996, 11 unions removed all the frontiers between them and abolished checks at their borders. Goods produced in one country could now move in any other country within this union without any import duties or local taxes. Citizens of these nations may travel from one country to another without a passport or visa. They may live and work in any of these countries, no matter where they were born or what their mother tongue is. Foreigners may visit all these countries with only one visa issued by any one of them. The greatest move so far towards the unification of Europe has been the introduction in 2002 of a common currency in 11 countries of the Union. Each of these 11 independent nations used to have its own currency. They all now use the euro. All the wastage of time and money by travelers or businessmen in changing their money from one country to another is totally avoided. Each step toward in this process was an extremely painful one. Prejudices and fears of being overwhelmed by the longer nations had to be overcome. In fact, these fears are still there to a great extent. This is the reason why several members of the Union still do not use the single currency. Each new treaty meant giving up a little more of the sovereignty of each nation. Passionate love for the elements that define their separate identity had to be respected and dealt with. Each country had to rewrite thousands of its laws to make them fall in line with the criteria set by the common understanding. At each step there was opposition from sizable sections of the population. War among the 25 nations has become practically impossible. Europe keeps trying for even greater integration. Efforts are being made to have a common foreign policy, unified defense service, etc. They want to form one great foundation for a United States of Europe of over 400 million people. Only then can Europe hope to avoid war and compete with the United States of America. The benefits are so great that There are several more countries of Eastern Europe waiting to sacrifice their independence and join the European Union. In this regard, we here in India are a very fortunate people. We are already one great country of over 1,100 million people. Someone born in any place within the country can go to study, live or work in any other place within it. To prevent any smaller or weaker community from being overwhelmed by others, there are restrictions on the purchase of landed property in some areas of the country. To make sure the voice of everyone is heard and the interests of everyone taken care of, we have a central parliament with elected elected representatives from every corner of our country to see to it that smaller communities or states do not get neglected. They are given a greater representation in the central parliament really called than really called for by the zero of their population. Goods produced in any part of the country can be transported to and sent and sold in any other place. The country is knit together by a large network of roads, railways, and telecommunications. We have an extensive web of radio and television services. They offer a balanced program of central and regional telecasts. This ensures the outreach of nationally important programs while encouraging the development of local culture. The print media also maintains an excellent balance between large publications in Hindi and English and thousands of publications in regional and local language. Foreigners wanting to visit us can, with their single visa, move around freely in almost all the 28 of our states. We have a single foreign policy formulated by the parliament and executed by the central government. We have one single currency. We have a nationality integrated civil service which enables each state to make use of the best talents from the entire country for its administration. We have a unified defense service with every division and battalion having among its main people from practically every state of the union, every state of the nation. We have an independent election commission that ensures, among other things, that large political parties that is based in one area of the country do not use their money or martial power to crush the voice of smaller communities in the remotest corners of the nation. We have an autonomous auditor general who also sees to it that the party is in power. The party in power does not divert the resources meant for one part of the country to another. In our voice is heard in the international fora. If India is respected by nations and around the globe, if there is serious debate about India becoming a permanent member of the Security Council of the United Nations, it is because we are one large nation composed of a wide variety of cultures. In May 2006, India got 173 out of 191 votes in a secret ballot to elect the UN Human Rights Council. India is the largest country in the world with a free multi-party democratic system of government. It has the second largest human population on the earth. It is the seventh biggest economy in the world in dollar terms. It has the fifth biggest economy in terms of the purchasing power of the people. India is one of only 5 countries in the world that can launch its own satellites. We are number 1 in remote sensing satellites. India is one of only 6 nations with a permanent research station in Antarctica. It is one of the 7 countries with nuclear power of its own. India has the third largest number of engineers in the world. We have production. We are the second largest producers of wheat and rice, fourth producers of eggs. We have the second fastest growing economy in the world. All this and much more has been possible because we are one large nation. If we were to divide our country on the basis of religion or language or ethnic origin, we would need to convert not merely into 28 independent countries. We would not we would need not dozens but hundreds or hundreds of separate nations. It is impossible even to imagine the confusion that would result. It is sufficient to recall the numerous occasions of tension we already have for the sharing of river waters. It is a mind-boggling to picture the wars we would fight if we were separate countries. The wastage on the multiplication of the bureaucracy and the armed force, the accomplishment in moving around or doing business, etc. In our country breaks up, our position in the international arena will not be very different from that of the African countries today. It is interesting to study the case of East Timor. It won its independence from Indonesia on May 19, 2002. By May 2006, the country had completely collapsed and troops from four other nations and to go in to stop the killing between groups. We can be proud. We can justly be proud of the unity of our great nation, a strong unity in a rich diversity. We ought to make greater efforts to know more about our country, our people, cultures and traditions. We must learn to be proud of our identity as a member of our own community, but also of our identity as a citizen of a great country. We need to make efforts and even sacrifice to maintain this unity. We can learn to respect people who speak another language, practice another faith, live in another state, belong to another ethnic group or culture. We can learn to talk, discuss, debate and share in decision making. We can learn peaceful and harmonious ways of resolving differences and conflicts. We can learn to compromise, to give and take. We are great because our nation is great. Let us keep it that way. Yes. Answer the following questions. A. What do you know about the two world wars? B. What did the great people of Europe want to do in order to avoid wars in future? C. Why is it correct to say that we in India are a fortunate people? D. In what way are we in India already where Europe is struggling to reach? E. Mention some of the things that show the greatness of our country. F. What could be the result of our country were to break up into a number of nations? G. What has been the experience of East Timor? H. What can we do to keep our country united and strong? To discuss. We could be more rich and powerful if our country were to be separated into several nations. 3. Something to do. Split the class up into groups. Let each group choose one of the following themes: economy, military, strength, space, nuclear power, other scientific achievements, agriculture, freedom and democracy, religion, language, ethnic groups, or any other topic that interests the group. Collect information and picture about India as regards the theme you have chosen. Make a poster on your theme. Let the groups present and explain their posters in the class. So something to think about. I am fortunate to be born into such a great, large, united and diverse country as India. There are few nations in the world that could offer me the possibilities for a happy life that my country gives me. 5. Something to memorize. The noblest motive is the common good. Virgil. National enthusiasm is the greatest nursery of genius. Tuckerman. There can be no affinity nearer than our country. Plato. Liberty and union, now and forever, one and inseparable. Daniel Olsa. Our country's welfare is our first concern, and who promotes that best proves his duty. Harvard. Chapter 12. Gender difference, gender equality. Lascon brought his report card home. His father looked at it and said, I see that you hold the second rank. Who is the first? Monica, said Lascon. Surely, son, said his father. You won't let a mere girl defeat you? Well, Dad, replied Lascon. Nowadays, girls are not so mere anymore. Every culture makes its own rules as regards the nature of the work and behavior of men and women. Traditionally, the man goes out to work and brings in the food all the money needed to buy the food. The woman stays back home and looks after the house and children and prepares his food for everyone to eat. The food. The women may cry, she may be afraid. A man is never supposed to cry and may never be afraid. According to the work and behavior, each culture allows to the man and the woman. Parents train their children from their early years how a real boy and a real girl ought to behave. You may have been told, for example, that only girls play with dolls and only boys play with model cars. Real boys never wash clothes or dishes and real girls never clean trees. How many other similar rules or advice have you received as you grew up? Take your notebook or a sheet of paper and make two lists. The first list will be of all that your mother expected from you so that you may grow up to be a real boy or girl. The second will consist of what your father expected from you so that you would grow up to be a real boy or girl. Once the two lists are completed, see whether the expectations of your mother are consistent with those of your father. Are there any contradictions? Do you agree with the division of work between a boy and a girl, a man and a woman? A man and a woman? Complete now the following sentences. 1. Since I am a boy, I must. Since I am a girl, I must. I am allowed to dash. I am not allowed to dash. 2. If I were of the other sex, I could dash. I would be allowed to dash. I would not be allowed to dash. 3. As a person, I would like dash. 4. The most important thing for a man is dash. The most important thing for a woman is dash. If you have the time, you could now discuss whether is it right or wrong to assign different rules to men and women. You could discuss the two rules in general or discuss a few of the particular tasks or behavior expected of or forbidden to men or women. You may discuss them in the class as a whole or in smaller groups. Men and women are certainly different. The differences are not only physical, they are also psychological. They see things differently, they think differently, they react differently to the same person and events. One sex and its characteristics are not inferior to the other. People of one sex were not made to give happiness to the other. They are meant to be together, care for each other, give expression to the totality of human nature and bring joy to each other. Most division to tasks between men and women, other than those related to reproduction, are the creation of social custom. Most societies have tended for one reason or another to give a lower status of women. In an advanced and civilized society such as ours, is it is important that we learn to respect people of both sexes equally because that is the way it is meant to be. Men and women are equally human beings. They all have equal right. They all have equally the right to happiness, freedom, and success. Women's right is not a matter that interests or concerns women alone. It is actually a matter of human rights, and every human being should be concerned about how men or women are treated in our society. Exercise 1. Answer the following questions. A. Mention some of the differences in the role and behavior of men and women as seen in our society. Which of them are acceptable and which are not? B. Do you believe that men and women are different but equal? Do you think men and women should be treated with equal respect and dignity? C. In most examinations, girls seem to score better than boys. Why? To discuss. Women are really inferior to men. It is only to have peace in our life that we say women should receive the same respect as men. 3. Something to do. Read about the different roles assigned to men and women in various cultures in India itself and abroad. How similar or different are they? How many of these roles are only due to rules made by people and not because of real psychology, real physical differences? For something to think about. What makes a person a real boy or a real girl? To what extent do I feel like a real boy or a real girl? Am I happy to be a boy or girl? Is it easy to be a boy or girl? Something to memorize. I am not denying that women are foolish. God Almighty made them to match the men. George Eliot. Next to God, we are indebted to women for life itself and then for making it worth living, making it worth having. Christian Bobby. Chapter 13. Premarital sex. A girl generally enters her puberty when she is between 11 and 13 years in age and a boy between 13 and 15. This means that by this age, boys and girls are physically capable of the sexual union as a result of which a baby is conceived. But having a child or getting married or even having sexual intercourse is not merely a physical activity. Indian law requires, therefore, that a boy be at least 21 years old and a girl at least 18 before they may get married. Today, in fact, most boys do not marry till they are at least 25 and most girls till they are at least 20. Most people feel the need of as complete an education as possible and the security of a job before they take on the responsibilities of starting a family. The fact remains, however, that at least by the age of 16 we are physically capable of all forms of sexual activity. Our glands are fully functional. They produce hormones that enter into our blood and activate all our natural instincts. We feel a very strong urge to have sex. Young people, especially boys, may at this age make a lot of boasts about their sexual experiences. Those who are listening to them do not often realize that most of these conquests are only the fruits of their imaginations. The boasters feel as insecure as the silent ones. Perhaps they are even more so. They are only trying to hide their immaturity behind their boasts of all they would have liked to do. But the listeners are made to feel that they are lagging behind their peers. They are missing out on something great that they should be enjoying. They may feel urged to take risks they do not feel quite ready for. Our mass media is full of sexuality, provocative scenes, and advertisements. Exposure to the media arouses and strengthens our sexual desires and makes it much more difficult to resist them. If we ever make the mistake of using pornography or explicit sex materials, whether it be in printed form or films or on the internet, practically we are practically surrendering we are practically surrendering our self-control as regards matter of sex. Sexuality requires far more than the physical capacity for sexual intercourse. A healthy, satisfactory sexual relationship requires great maturity, mental, psychological, and spiritual maturity. In sexual activity, we are dealing with human life, the life of each of the partners, and the life of a potential child. Human life is so noble, sacred, and great that we cannot play with it. We need to be properly prepared for the use of sex. Every society in every part of the world realized a long time ago that its very survival depends on the family. They have all made rules regulating the family. One of these rules is that sex is to be used in the context of a permanent committed relationship between two people within the context of a family. Premarital sex or sex before marriage is considered a sin by almost all religions. Human sexuality requires far more than the physical capacity of sexual intercourse. In healthy, satisfactory sexual relationships require great maturity, mental, psychological, and spiritual maturity. In sexual activity, we are dealing with human lives, the life of each of the parents, each of the partners, and the life of a potential child. Human life is so noble, sacred, and great that we cannot play with it. We need to be properly prepared for the use of sex. Every society in every part of the world realized a long time ago that its very survival depends on the family. They have all made rules regulating the family. One of these rules is that sex is to be used in the context of a permanent committed relationship between two people within the context of a family. Premarital sex or sex before marriage is considered a sin by almost all religions. There are several arguments besides the religious ones against premarital sex. Sex to be a satisfactory act needs, especially for the first experiences of it, great calm, peace of mind, and self-confidence on the part of each of the partners. It requires a comfortable place and an adequately long period of time, since everyone knows that society frowns on premarital sex. Any attempt at sex by young boys and girls takes place in hiding. Most people do not have a comfortable place where they are sure of privacy. The couple cannot be calm. They do not have peace of mind. They do not have much time. They have a constant fear of being found out. All these contributions to make this sort of sex an unpleasant experience. Sex in a hurry could even be very painful for the girl. She could develop a fear and distrust of sexual intercourse, which is then difficult to overcome. If the first few experiences of sex are painful ones, she could grow up into a frigid woman who sees sex for ever only as a painful sacrifice that a woman has to make for the sake of having a family. The joys and pleasures of sex are then lost to her forever. There is always the risk of pregnancy with every experience of sexual intercourse. No means of contraception is 100% foolproof. There is always a risk factor. The consequences of a pregnancy could be distrust, particularly for the girls. Premarital sex, even between a couple who are in love and who intend to marry each other, could become a source of mistrust and suspicion after they get married. Premarital sex gives rise later to suspicions of extramarital sex. Premarital sex has always to be covered up by a lot of lies to parents and others. The memory of these experiences and of the lies they used to keep them secret is carried over into married life. Sometime after marriage, the couple could become suspicious of each other, of their partner's activity, and of his or her explanation of them. If they had premarital encounters and lied about them, what prevents them from having extramarital affairs and then lying about them? Today, there is also the great risk of getting one or more of several sexually transmitted diseases. There are at least two of them which are deadly and incurable: hepatitis B and AIDS. Not engaging in sex before marriage is not a denial of sexuality, it is an affirmation of it. It means we respect our body and its greatest capacity. We appreciate the greatness, holiness, and beauty of sex so much that we keep it as our most precious gift to the person to whom we will one day commit our life and love forever. Every day of our just years is an offering of love to our partner for life. If a child plays with his food or with his book, we scold him. These things are too sacred and valuable to play with. They are not toys. They are the indispensable nourishment for the body and the mind. Sex is far more sacred and precious. It is not a toy to be played around with. It is an indispensable bond that sustains the relationship between two people and with human society itself. Here are some do's and do nots that may help you remain chaste till your marriage. Spend a few moments each day in meditation or silent prayer. Dedicate yourself totally and daily to the one to whom one day you will commit yourself entirely as his or her permanent partner in life. He or she will be the light of your life. He or she will spend the rest of his or her life loving you and caring for you. Give yourself already to this unknown person in your soul, mind, and heart. Take part daily in some vigorous, physically active game. This will help you develop a very healthy body and at the same time use up your extra energy. Develop some hobby that really holds you interest. Develop a healthy friendship with as many persons of the opposite sex as possible. Learn to enjoy the company, friendship, and love to with no sexual tension, referring with the spontaneity of these relationships. Remain calm, serene, and self-confident about your sexual thoughts and feelings. They are normal. Anxiety or guilt feeling about them will only make them further. Share all your feelings, desires, thoughts, and worries with a counselor, a reliable, mature adult whom you can trust. Meet with him or her on a regular basis. Ignore the braggarts who are constantly boasting about their sexual exploits. They are mostly lying in any case. Avoid pornography and anything that is sexually provocative. Avoid being alone with a person of the opposite sex in a closed room or a totally private place. Perhaps your community permits dating a boy and a girl who are not related going out together to a party or a dance. to a film or a game, to the park or the zoo, etc.? If so, go out with a variety of friends. Avoid going out only with the same person and doing so repeatedly. Go on double dates whenever possible. That is, ask your brother or sister or your most reliable friends to come with you and to bring their friends along. Remain in this group throughout. Be extremely product with caresses, kissing, petting, necking, etc. Remember that once your passions are aroused beyond a certain critical point, it is very difficult and even impossible to stop yourself or your partner from going further. 80% of young people, even in Western society, admit that their first experience of sex was not a totally free choice of their part and that they regretted it. Learn to say stop, that is enough, or better to say no altogether. Exercise 1. Answer the following questions. A. What factors encourage premarital sex? B. How does society look at premarital sex? C. What are the arguments against premarital sex? D. Explain some practices that could help young people to remain chaste till marriage. To discuss. The high level of education needed today are a block to the enjoyment of life by young people. 3. Something to do. Make a pact with your closest friends to help each other to remain chaste till marriage. 4. Something to think about. Sharing my body with someone is the greatest gift of love and trust I can give to a person. I cannot give this gift to every Tom, Dick and Harry. 5. Something to memorize. Sex is a flame which uncontrolled may scorch, properly guided. It will light the torch of eternity. Joseph Peterman. Dear son, sensual desire is never quenched by indulgence any more than the fire is by pouring ghee on it. Jayati in the Mahabharata. Chastity is the wealth that comes from abundance of love. Tagore. Life of my life. I shall ever try to keep my body pure, knowing that thy living touch is upon my limbs. Tagore. Practice of Brahmacharya is the most necessary condition for increasing the force within. Aurobindo Ghosh. When your passions threaten to get the better of you, out to God for help. Gandhiji. Chapter 14. Is this love? One of the more common phenomena all of us experience at the stage of life is a feeling we get that we have found the one person that we are ready to spend the rest of our life with. We know that we are in love and with the most wonderful person in the world. It would be impossible even to live it not with him or her. We would be ready to die for him or her. He or she is so perfect, handsome, or beautiful, intelligent, capable in every sense. We find it difficult to deal with this feeling. We cannot talk about it to our parents because we would get a thorough scolding. We may be forbidden to have any contact with that person. They could very well put someone to accompany us wherever we go. They might even consider stopping our studies altogether. There could be a slap or two, if not a more severe beating. We cannot talk about with our companions because they could make fun of us. Before the end of the day, everyone in the school would know about it. There would be lot of jokes, teasing, and being laughed at. The news would certainly reach our parents and the consequences would be as described above. We would not mind all this if only we would be sure that this is true love, this is true love, and that the other person loves us as we do him or her. After all, one has to be ready to suffer for the person one loves. So how do we know whether to go ahead and declare our love to the world? There are some clues that might help you understand the nature of what you are experiencing. Am I true in love? No one really falls in love. We grow into love. If you have just seen someone at the bus stand, cinema hall, or at your tuition center, and you have fallen in love, it is not love. It is infatuation. What attracts you are the person's physical features, mannerisms, dress, and other such other superficial factors. We cannot really love someone we do not know. You might feel that you are in love with Brett Lee, Shah Rukh Khan, and Britney Spears. You have only seen pictures of the person or read about him or you have never talked to the person nor spent time with him or her. You do not really know the person enough to be truly in love with him or her. You have a desire to be with the person all the time. You find it difficult to let him or her out of your sight. This is characteristics of infatuation and not of true love. You are thinking of a person and all the time, whether you are in class, at prayer, talking your meal, taking a meal, playing a game, or whatever other activity. Your thoughts are always with her. You cannot concentrate on anything you need to do. This is a sure sign that what you are experiencing is infatuation. When you lose interest in studies, your family and friends, hobbies, and all other activities, and only interest, it is you are only experiencing infatuation. The mind is perfect to you. He or she has no what all that is or does his appearance, his clothes, his personality and character all seem beyond all criticism. He or she is a paragon of virtues. It is said that love is blind. Actually, it is not so. Infatuation is blind. True love sees faults, mistakes, and failures one, in the loved one, but remains loyal to him or her all the same. If you are in love, you feel jealous whenever. If you are in love, you feel jealous whenever you see your beloved talking with someone else, particularly of the opposite sex. If he or she seems to enjoy the company of another, smiles, jokes, and has fun with him or her, your feeling of hurt are almost unbearable. This is infatuation, not love. When you have fallen in love with someone, you are ready to do anything to win him or her over. His expectations or demands may seem unreasonable, dangerous, or embarrassing, but you cannot afford to lose him or his or her appreciation and admiration of you. This is your proof that you are suffering from infatuation, not love. When you start copying the hairstyle, dress, mannerism, and other elements in the external features of the other, you can be certain that what you are experiencing is not true love. True love is willing to wait. Infatuation drives us towards getting married immediately or at least having sex at the earliest to make sure that we do not lose our beloved. Does he or she really love me? Look at all the above points from the reverse side and you can judge whether the one sharing eternal love to you is actually in love with you or is only going through a bout of infatuation. Thus, if she or he does not really know you, has only seen you or heard about you, feels jealous about you, keep pestering you with letters, telephone calls, and SMS several times a day, can never let you out of his or her sight, flatters you with praise that are unrealistic, has started neglecting his or her studies and other responsibilities, is prepared to do anything at all for you, wants to get married or at least have sex immediately, etc., he or she is not truly in love with you and is not going to last. If he or she says he loves you and asks you to prove your love from him or her by doing something or other that you are not compatible with, be assured that he or she does not really love you. True love respects the feelings, values, decisions, and choices of the others. True love does not expect the loved one to destroy his or her personality or go against principles he or she holds dear. Of course, it is possible that what starts out as infatuation could grow up into true love. A sudden attraction towards someone due to his or her physical features could become love after we have come into personal contact with that person. If our love keeps growing as we come to know him or her better, and after we discover even his or her flaws and frailties, we could grow into love with him or her. This is quite different from falling in love. Love triangles. A lot of our ideas about love come, unfortunately, from the films we see. We forget that one of the main intention of the script writer and director is to make sure that crowd of people go to see their films so that they collect a lot of money. They have just 3 hours to present as many scenes as possible that will tempt people into the cinema halls. We should discuss with the counselor or a mature adult the ideas we pick up from films. There is one element in our films that reflects something that is very common in life. It is often called the love triangles. A falls in love with B, but B loves C and C loves A or D, and so on. There is nothing more wonderful than to love someone and discover that he or she loves us too. But this is often not the case. He or she loves someone else and we are quite upset about it. We do not like someone trying to force us to do something we do not want to. We will not be happy if someone forces us to love him or her. We cannot force someone else to love us. We can make choices in life for ourselves. We cannot make decisions for others and impose it on them. Every one of us is free and wants to remain free. We can control or direct our feelings and emotions. We cannot control or direct those of others. We must learn to respect them. Puppy love. Other terms that are used to describe infatuation are puppy love and crush. Do not be surprised when you feel one week that you cannot even breathe because of the depth of your feelings for someone, and then the week after you find yourself head over heels in love with someone else, and you wonder what you found so interesting in the beloved of the previous week. You do not need to get worried that you are unstable or disloyal, etc. This is normal at your age. Precisely because of this, it is important not to go out of control, in any expression of your love. Most important of all, never let them become physical. It is not unusual for us to have our first crush on one of our teachers. It is only infatuation. It is best not to confess our feelings to the teacher himself or herself. Speak to your counselor about it. It may happen that you feel a strong attraction towards someone of the same sex, perhaps a student in your class. This is not unusual at your age, particularly if you are in a school having only boys or girls. You do not need to get over anxious about it. You do not need to get over anxious about it. On the other hand, while being a good friend, it is best to make sure that any expressions of your affection do not become physical. What should I do? The love we are speaking about is the special sort that we would have for that one and only wonderful person in the world who is to become our permanent partner in life. Perhaps our grandparents were married at an age not far above what we are now. The situation is changed today. To be successful, to have a career in life, perhaps even to survive in the world today, we need to complete at least our graduation and find a job first. It is far too early to be thinking of settling down or finding our life partner. Look around, make as many friends as you can. When you want to buy a pair of jeans or earrings, you visit several shops and look at dozens or even hundreds of samples before you take a decision. If you are so careful about choosing something that does not cost all that much and that you would use just for time, how much more care ought you to take before you take decisions about a person with whom you will spend the rest of your life and whose value cannot even be measured. You are going to meet hundreds of people before you complete your studies. You have time to take decisions in this life. In the meantime, smile at everyone. Be friend to all. Come to know as many people as possible. It may happen that after years of this, you will go back to the first crush of your teenage and marry him or her. But then you will have no regrets. You will know that you have not made a foolish decision. Running off with the first person you happened to like while there were there are so many other wonderful persons around. You will know that you have made the right choice. At your age, it is wisest not to become physically intimate with anyone. Make no long-term communications. Make no long-term Make no long-term commitments. When someone tells you that he or she loves you, smile and say, "Thank you. It gives me a wonderful feelings to know someone like you finds me interesting, but I am too young to make any promises or long-term commitments. You have lots of time ahead of us. Look around and as I shall do too. You may find someone more wonderful than I am. Let us remain just friends for now. You are at a wonderful age in life. Though you may not always feel this way, enjoy it. Be cheerful. Enjoy the company of all your friends. Do not become exclusive in your friendship. Have a counselor you trust. Speak to him or her about all your thoughts and feelings. Pray that God may guide you in all the important decisions you take for your life. Exercise 1. Answer the following questions. Are some of the signs of infatuation? B. Is it wise to become physically intimate with friends at our age? C. Can we demand someone to love us? D. When should we seriously start looking for a partner in life? E. How do we make sure that we have not made a choice of a partner carelessly and too soon? If how should we react when someone tells us that he or she loves us? 2. Discuss. If we wait too long in finding an intimate friend, we may end up with no partner in life. 6. Something to do. Ask your partners or an elderly couple you are comfortable with how they came to be husband and wife. Came to be husband or wife. For something to think about. The choice of a partner in life is one of the most important decisions I will ever make. I must be careful how I go about it. I need to get all the help I can from my parents, counselor, and other reliable, experienced, happy elders. Something to memorize. No disguise can long counsel love where it is not foreign, not vain if where it is not reciprocal. Where love and wisdom drink out of the same cup, in this everyday world, it is the exception. Madam Necker. We never know how much one loves till we know how much he is willing to endure and suffer for us. H.W. Vischer. We love. To love is to place our happiness in the happiness of another. Then we attract hearts by the qualities we display. We retain them by the qualities we possess. Shurat. Chapter 15. A program of life for students. Everyone is campaigning for universal literacy and for compulsory and free education for all. In a few months from now, you will be struggling to get into prestigious schools, colleges, and technical institutions. This country already has lakhs of educated unemployed. There are millions who spent years in college and universities dreaming of a glorious future and are now suffering the indignity of being unemployed and unemployable. Our own exams are knocking at our doors. Why do we study? What exactly do we expect to happen in our schools and colleges and universities? A degree, a certificate? Is that all? Will a grand-looking piece of paper be the only tangible result of years of slogging and struggle? The prize bird. A farmer once had a beautiful large cock in his poultry. He was very proud of it. The cock was himself even more proud of his size and power. He could shout about in yard and all the hens and smaller cocks. He was indeed the prize bird at the farm. One day the farmer had an important visitor whom he was eager to please, wanting to show his hospitality and generosity. The farmer told his wife to kill this large cock and prepare it for dinner of their VIP guest. At dinner time, the farmer got the shock of his life when he saw the plate of chicken brought to the table. The dish was hardly full. The pieces were small, skinny, and quite insufficient for everyone to have a good meal. He asked his wife about it, and she replied, Indeed, I did kill our prize bird, but till I started pulling off its feathers, I did not realize that he was mostly mere feathers. He used to puff out his chest, strength out his neck, and display his colorful palms.
So he looked large, fat, heavy, and strong, but this body itself was small and light. NASSCOM has said that only 25% of those holding engineering certificates are fit to be employed. The BPO industry says only 10% of those who want to enter into it have the skill that they opt to have according to the degrees they hold. Is the education we receive mostly bright figures that are quite unless for anyone? Are the certificates we receive only fit to be formed and displayed in our walls? Do our studies give us substance that makes us truly capable and fit for a job? Education has to give us something more than a few certificates. It has to achieve some transformation within the person. In fact, a degree or a certificate can be useful only if some other things too happen during the period of education. A popular ad that appeared some time ago on TV was that for AIWA, perhaps this popular name could be expanded into a program of life for studies for students. Here we are not, of course, promoting any particular product, so we modify this to AIWAVE. AIWAVE is a suitable program for students interested in making education more meaningful. A. Awareness. Growing in awareness is one of the primary elements in our preparation for the future. It began with awareness of oneself. Socrates summed up all education critically in the phrases, know thyself. Knowing oneself, one's strength, weakness, talents, aptitudes, limitations, and possibilities is the first step towards realizing one's personal potential in life. Awareness of others is the second aspect. Awareness of what is happening in the life of those with whom we live helps create an atmosphere of harmony and positive interaction. Awareness of the environment is the third aspect. Broadening one's vision and horizon through knowing what is happening around us is essential. Getting to know the dynamics of the society in which one lives and the forces at play in the economic, political, and cultural fields helps one to contribute to the society. Wake up. Anthony de Mello narrates the story of a gentleman who knocks on his son's door. Jimmy, he says, wake up. Jimmy answers, I don't want to get up, Papa. The father shouts, get up. You have to go to school. Jimmy says, I don't want to go to school. Why not? Asked the father. 3 reasons, says Jimmy. First, school is so dull. Second, the kids tease me. Third, I hate school. And the father says, well, I'm going to give you 3 reasons why you must go to school. First, because it is your duty. Second, because you are 45 years old. The third, because you are the headmaster. Wake up. Wake up. You are grown up. You are too big to be asleep. Become aware of who you are. I. Intellect. Sharpening the intellect is something considering the only outcome of education. Increasing one's capacity for logical thinking, for national analysis of events and situations, for remembering, for seeing through tricky situations and making right choices, all form parts of sharpening the intellect. This is more than marking up pages of notes that someone else has prepared. It implies applying the faculties, employing the faculties of the mind of life situations. It involves asking the right questions at the right time, seeking a fuller and more comprehensive understanding of truth and reality. W. Work. Preparing for the world of work is something that is forgotten in formal and academic education. One of the tragedies of modern academic education is that employability is the least considered factor. Most graduates wonder what they will do with their life and what profession they will choose after their studies. Some continuous studies till they find a job, something that will help them earn a livelihood. Most graduates are unemployable. They find that further training is needed before they can start working. More often than not, the job find they finally find has nothing to do with the kind of studies they have done. Preparing for the world of work through discovering one's aptitude and interest and getting ready physically and mentally for the most satisfying job ought to become a part of education. A. Aptitude. Forming the right forming the right attitude in life is necessary for success in any field. Attitude is the way we look at reality. It is the normal way to think. It is our attitude that guides our behavior. It is seen that different people react differently to the same situation. Seeing an old beggar on the road, for example, some may help him, some reduce him, some ignore him, and others pity him but do nothing to help him. Attitude of these persons. Forming correct attitudes towards oneself and others, towards life, work, money, sex, marriage, and family life, towards those who do not belong to our group, and to all the other aspects in life. Other aspects of life has to take place at this crucial stage in life. D. Values. Clarifying values that guide one's life is a very crucial aspect of growth. Values are the strong principles we hold in life, and they are at the foundation of our behavior and attitudes. Values are the reason for our behavior one way or another in a given situation. They drive our life. Education is geared towards creating values-based lives. Students who are serious about life ought to spend time and energy in clarifying life values for themselves. E. Emotions. Learning to deal with emotions is something that education has not paid sufficient attention to. Recent research has shown that is not always the bright students that become successful and happy in life, but those who are able to deal with their emotions positively. Emotions are an important part of life. It is emotion more than knowledge that drives one to action. The ability to use one's emotions constructively is a pointer to success in life and relationships. Emotional intelligence is being talked about more and more today as a stronger indicator of success than a high IQ. Its concept in being positively aware of emotions and expressing them constructively, feeling good about oneself, being able to establish cordial relationship with others and to empathize with them, the ability to decide wisely in conflicting situations and facing life's ups and downs with courage and confidence. An emotionally intelligent person does not get carried away by emotions. Rather, he uses emotions intelligently to get ahead in life and in relationships. The AIWABE is program apart from the academic studies that a student is expected to do. Rather, it is a tool to help the student integrate his studies into his life, go the AIWABE way. Exercise. Sorry, questions. A. What are the three things we should be aware of? B. What does sharpening our intellect mean? C. Why do we need to develop the right attitudes? D. How do we prepare ourselves for the world work? E. What are values? F. What is emotional intelligence? To discuss. Education is a waste of time, money and energy. 3. Something to do. Draw 6 columns on a sheet of paper. At the top of each column, write one of the 6 points in the write in the columns that you have already achieved and what you still need to do as regards each of these points. Something to think about. Education is for life. What I study at school develops my capacity to memorize. In every man's life, there comes a time of ultimate challenge, a time when every resource we have is tested. Some people use such tests to become better people. Others allow these experiences to destroy them. Handle it. It is a man-making education all around. That is what we want. Vivekananda. Chapter 16. Say Sara Sara. Choosing a career. One of the bigger challenges facing young people at your age, and something that is possible owing you to, is that of deciding what studies to take up after your matriculation examination and what career to pursue. A lot hangs by the choice you make. What are the factors that influence your choice, and what should be the one on which you base your decision? Parents. Perhaps the strongest influence comes from your parents. Parents know that in some ways you are similar to them or to the grandparents, but also that you are different. They know you have to build your own life, making your own choice, however, directly or indirectly, knowing or unconsciously, they influence you towards the career or another. They may say, for example, my son was born an engineer, or an actor, or a lawyer, or whatever. Very often, their influence is towards their own calling in life. An easy example here is that of the numerous children of our actors and actresses who have in the last few years come onto the film scene. How many of them do you know? You will also be aware of lots of people in your neighborhood who work in the same field as one of their parents. A class 10 student of a school in New Delhi committed suicide in May 2006. She had been one of the brightest students in the class. She scored 94.8% in the high school leaving examination. She took the drastic step because she was under pressure to take up science, where she wanted to. There is no need to do something so terrible. No parent will reject you because you have finally decided on a stream of studies different from what they had in mind and taken up a career of your own choice. Talk to your parents, ask your counselor, teacher, or Julie launched to make her master who but desire to become an actress was overwhelming. When I told my mother that I was leaving nursing, I had to get my father and my brother to stand between her and me. She says, then I could say, I have given up nursing and I am going to be an actress. And she went mad. She is today described as herself freezer in the UK. In September 1998, she was awarded the OBE by the Queen. She was won the BAFTA, a Golden Globe, a Variety Club Award, and an Oscar nomination. Money. There for money. Everyone would like to have a lot of it. All of us want to be doctors or engineers because of the amount we might earn. Dr. Meena Nagar was a practicing eye specialist for more than a decade. I look up biology in schools because I took up biology in school because I was very good at diagrams and mine were better than those in the books, she says. In fact, medicine was considered the right choice for a girl whose father was a professor of physics and mother a teacher with a double MA in Hindi and English. But Dr. Meena's heart was in art. In 1996, she decided to quit medicine. She took to painting on glass, a medium that most artists find difficult to control. She recently held an exhibition of her painting at the Habitat, India Habitat Center in New Delhi. The show was a great success. Today she earns for more satisfaction and perhaps even more money from her art products than she ever did as an eye specialist. Power. This is the goal of some other people. They would like to join the IAS, IPS, IFS. Sardar Surinder Pal Singh was an English honors graduate from Delhi University. He gave up several jobs in the 1960s, rejecting even the prestigious Indian Foreign Service to pursue music. He and his elder brother, Sardar Tejpal Singh, studied under Ustad Amir Khan and formed the Singh Bandhu. They consciously chose to specialize in classical devotional music. Their performances, cassettes and CDs are in high demand in India and across the globe. Glamour. Every one of us admire actors and actresses, fashion models, great sportsmen, etc. We would like to be famous like them, with crowds of people following us everywhere and asking for our autographs. This is an area we have to be most careful about. A lot of young people ruin their life because of a defective evaluation of their own talents. Two sisters from Madhya Pradesh, only 8 kids, wanted to become Bollywood actors. They ran away from home in July 2006 to join a talent hunt in Mumbai. The money they had brought was nearly over before they had even located the studio where the contest was being held. They finally work. Fortunately, they were served by a group of local people. Get your talents evaluated by experienced, knowledgeable, natural people in order to decide whether your capabilities come up to the high standards required to follow a career in this sector. Goals in life. What are your goals in life? What would you be proud of on your deathbed when you look back at your achievements? 3 graduates of IIT Ahmedabad turned down extremely high-paying job abroad to start a school and to do social work. They were very clear about their aim in life. Ultimately, the satisfaction you get from the work you do is aptitudes. Intelligence of a various types. Experts speak of at least 7 sorts of intelligence. Different jobs need different types of intelligence. Not all intelligent people are meant to be doctors and engineers. Hopefully, our talents match our lives. The career we choose certainly depends on the talents we have and the skills we can acquire. Our parents, teachers, and other elders do have a role here as they can help us identify our abilities. Professional counselors could also be of service. Job opportunities. Most of us are not so rich as to do only what we enjoy doing. We have to earn our way through life through hard work. The possibility of finding a vacancy should influence our choice of a career. Human activity is so varied today that there is an enormous variety of work open to the same type of intelligence and aptitudes. A careful study of the job market is highly advisable before we take a decision. Here, professional guidance can be a great use. Some of the new types of jobs and careers that are available today may be unknown to many elders who are not in the field. Study opportunities. In the real world, our choices are limited also by the possibilities we have for studies. Our geographic location, our family functional resources, the availability of appropriate course at of a affordable cost, all of these play a role. They have to be considered when opting for a career. A good guidance service will also give us information about the studies required for any particular career and the best possibilities of doing them. It is important here to remember that there are possibilities for scholarships and seats in government-run institutions in our performance in our examinations is excellent. This is additional motivation to concentrate on our studies the coming few months. Models. We should neither accept blindly the opinion of our parents, teachers, and elders. These are people who know us very well and are genuinely interested in our welfare. We give serious thought to the suggestion they make, but we have to face and live the consequences of the choice we make. The best is the enemy of the good. Not all the readers of this chapter will continue studying after class 10. Some will have to start working. We do not wait for the ideal job to turn up before we get doing. Though we keep looking for the work perfectly suited to us with almost whatever we come across first. Rita was settled down in New Delhi. She was a simple young lady from a tribe in Manipur. She is a well-qualified laboratory technician, but she was not able to find a job in her line. Dependent on her parents. Instead, she took on a very poorly paid work as a sales girl in a shop. She did an honest job, keeping a lookout all the time for better opportunities. She switched jobs at least 5 times in 2 years. Each time finds a better offer. She is now holding a steady permanent job with a rather good salary, a provident fund, and other perks. She did struggle for a while, but today is confident, self-reliant, and independent. Sacrifices. 16-year-old Emma Richards is a British girl who wants to become an air hostess. She was only 4'9" tall, whereas British Airways demands a minimum height of 5'3". In January 2000, she underwent a 6-hour operation in which both her femurs were broken and metal pieces ins- insertly to metal pieces inserted to help her gain the extra millimeter a day. After spending 4 months in bed, Emma had gained 5 inches. Personally, I think Emma was making too much for a sacrifice for her desired career in life. I would not encourage anyone to imitate her, but we do often have to make some sacrifice to others or attain the goal we set ourselves. When we choose something, we are automatically sacrificing a lot of other possibilities. Even if we are talented, we have to work hard to reach the level of excellence needed to make our skills marketable. What you enjoy, what we love to do, we find time to do, said John L. Splendid. Is Sachin Tendulkar working or playing when he is out there in the cricket field? Is Amitabh Bachchan working or having a gala time when he is acting? What they do so well because they truly love what they are doing. Make a list of all that you really enjoy doing at home, at school, at study, and everywhere else. Which are your favorite subjects? What do you enjoy reading about? What do you talk about the most? Who are the hero or heroines you have and why do you like them? Who are your friends and what do you do with them? What are your hobbies? What activities in your club and in your locality? Which of these did you do mostly gladly? Make a complete listing of these and reflect about them. A careful study of the list would give you an idea of what you really love doing and guide you in your choice of a career. Show them to your parents and your counselors. People are willing to pay well for any product of high quality. What are enjoy doing well, we will do well. The equality of our product, the quality of our product will then be high. In any field of our choice, if we ensure the high quality of our service. Sì, Sera, Sara. These are the words of an old Italian song. On to say, the future is not ours to see. Ke Sara, Sara. I don't believe our future is in the stars, not on our forehead. It is in our heads. It is in our hands. Our futures. Our future is not totally out of our control. We can shape it. We do that. We should. Know what we want. Know what we can and cannot. Know how we can achieve what we want and work hard to achieve it. Exercise 1. Answer the following questions. A. How do parents influence us in our choice of a career? B. Give examples of people whose final choice of their job was not affected by the love of money, power or prestige, but by their aptitudes. C. How do our goals affect our choice of a career? B. What role do aptitudes play in the choice of a career? E. Why should we consider our possibilities for studies when choosing a career? F. Why should we consider the job opportunities when we choose our career? G. What should we do with the advice of parents and others about the choice of a career? H. Should we consider the sacrifice we need to have a successful career? To discuss. Our future, including our career in life, is decided by our fate. We need not plan for it. We need only follow what comes to us first and the easiest. So something to do. Make the list suggestion suggested in the past, reflect on them and discuss them with someone. Organize a career fest in your school where all the senior students of your school and of the neighboring schools can get information about various careers and job opportunities. For something to think about. Choosing a career in life is a decision which decision with serious consequences of my entire life. I must give careful thought to it in consultation with people who know me well, who know me well. I have something to memorize. In only by the labor of a lifetime. It is not to be purchased at a lesser price. Samuel Johnson. He that hath a trade hath an estate. He that office of profit and honor. Benjamin Franklin. Work is love made visible. Work is love made visible. Khalil Gibran. Nothing is really work unless you would rather be doing something else. James Matthew Barrie. Employment is so essential to human happiness that indolence is justly considered is mother of misery. Richard Burton. Perfect freedom is reversed for the man who lives by his work what he wants to do. R.G. Collingwood. Chapter 17. Values Survey. When choosing a career in life, the most important factor we ought to consider is our aptitude. What in depth, the following survey helps you understand your own personality better so that you can make a better choice of your career. As you read the questions, take the column that most closely matches your feelings. Number, first, very true. Second, sometimes true. Third, not sure. Fourth, not true. 1. A costly house is more important for me than a beautiful painting. Very true. Sometimes true. Not sure. Not true. True. I enjoy visiting places when my friends are with me. 3. The more I travel around, the happier I am. 4. Arts like music and painting should be taught more in school. 5. We like doing a maximum activities together. 7. I try to become the leader of my group I join. 8. I like to tell people about my achievements. 9. I like to read more in order to understand people better. 10. I want to have the qualities of a successful TV actor. 11. I look forward to buying a costly car. 12. I like to become a film producer. It is more important to have a lot of money than to get married. I find great pleasure in writing poems, plays, and stories. I like to experiment with new things. When I do the same thing again and again, I get bored. For me, it is important to be proud of whatever I do. My friends will not easily make me do what I think is wrong. My goal in life is to do something for everyone will remember. The support of my family is very necessary for me. Even if I would lose my job, I would not do something wrong. Knowledge of history will be great help for me. I would like to be the Prime Minister of India. An activity I enjoy is climbing high mountains. I like my surroundings to be beautiful. I have lots of fun and party. It is important to have very close friends. The best gifts I can give are what I have made by myself. I are close to each other. Talk and teach my Lots, teach me lots of new things. Helpful to my family than money. Maybe lots of keep lots I like to own things that are expensive. I do not want to be restricted and controlled by my family. It is thrill. It is thrilling to be a charge of a group, in charge of a group. Everyone should have some liking for music and art. 37. I like writing books and even articles for magazines. 38. I would like to work in a city that is totally new to me. 39. I must surely have my own children one day. 40. I know the functions of a TV. 41. I'd like to test myself to see what and how much work I could do in a day. 42. What I really like is to be able to help people. 43. How I wish I could be 45. I'd rather not go on holidays than adventures. 46. When I have my own house, there will be works of art in it. 47. No matter what job I do, I must have enough time with my family. 48. I'll access only a job that gives me self-respect. 49. I get nervous when I am unable to take a decision. 50. I want to be boss, not the worker. 51. Activities should be undertaken together with friends. 52. I wish I know tailoring so I could switch my own clothes. 56. I do not like having to give explanation to any boss. 54. Acquiring knowledge is important. 55. It is better to work with a reputed company than with a new one. 56. It is good to have money, but money alone does not give happiness. 57. The reason I admire actors is that they are so rich. 58. The reason I admire actors is that they are so famous. 59. A movie star is great because he does something truly creative. 60. It is important to me. It is important for me to be one who takes decisions. 61. The reason I admire actors is that they travel around so much. 62. I like to take care of sick people till they are fine. 63. I want to help students with problems at school. 44. 44. I feel comfortable in places I know, not in cities now to me. Not a city to me. 65. I would always choose a job when I can help people. 66. An evening with my parents is a true pleasure for me. 67. A high-paying but low-interest job is better than a low-paying but high-interest job. 68. I want to write a book that will help people. 69. There is nothing I look forward to more than an opportunity to travel. 70. I long to become a rock star. 71. I want to read books that will help me understanding people's behavior. 72. It is important for me to have someone to share my life with. 73. I like to take risks ahead. It is better to be the leader than a follower. 75. How ugly the world would be without work or beauty. 76. It is really important to learn something new each single day. So, things that I have made with my own hands. 79. It is important to have a close-knit family. 80. I want to be always at the service of the poor. 81. It is a pleasure to look at beautiful scenery. 82. The glory of winning an Olympic game medal is truly important. 83. Hiking with friends is a great pleasure. 84. I am capable of distinguishing between the right and wrong. 85. Having a family to discuss my problem with is important. Love is full of excitement. 87. I'd rather work alone than in team. 88. I want to know all about the functions of nature. 89. Even if my friends would fail, I should not help in that exam. I'd like to invest money for my future if I had it.
92. I do not like taking orders from anyone. I do not like taking orders from anyone. 93. It is hateful to be lonely. 94. I like take leadership in organizing activities. 95. It is important to save up money for future. 96. Other people should know when I do something I am proud of. 97. I love paid job. A low paid job I have freely chosen is better than a high paid job I am forced to do. 98. Everyone should contribute to look after public buildings. 99. I'd rather not take risks with money. 100. I like trying out new things. 101. I prefer a job where I travel less but have more time with people I love. 102. I would not copy at exams if I could do it without getting caught. 103. I like people to consult me before taking decisions. 104. I will make a beautiful movie as soon as I can. Go back to the first page of this exercise now. Below the word very true, write a 9. Below the word something true, write 6. Below the word not sure, write a 3. Below the words not true, write 0. Next, in the table below, write the numbers you just wrote. For example, if statement number 5 you marked sometimes true, put a 6 in the column next to number 5. When all the lines have been completed, add up the numbers you wrote under each heading. Family, adventure, knowledge, power, values and principle life, money and prosperity, friendship, companionship, recognition, independence and freedom, security, beauty and aesthetics, creativity, helping others. Under which theme in your highest total? Which theme is your highest total? Your most important value. Your most important value for the moment at least is the one which has the highest score. Value can do again after some time. What do those categories mean? Family. The family is a miniature society. The family pushes us to other longer societies. On the one who has a you are oriented towards people. You will enjoy jobs that gives you the maximum time to be with your family. You may not like to be a self-representative, a first ranger, naval officer, etc. Adventure. Those with high scores, they like adventures. You enjoy taking risks. You are willing to try of new things. You will not like jobs that are routine and repetition. Knowledge. One who values knowledge, look for something to do. You could be or hold any job that involves learning or teaching. Power. A power-loving person likes to be the boss of himself and others. Self-employment and personal entrepreneurship are for you. You will exercise of power over the long term, cultivate leadership qualities. Values and principles. Those with high score
Here, consider always how worthwhile their work is. Money is not important to you. Money. Someone with a high score here looks for money in all he does. You would sacrifice almost anything for money. You won't have much time for your family or friends. Friendship and companionship. If you score high here, you need a job which gives you opportunities to work with people you will not like long years of study and research. Recognition. If you score highest under this job will enjoy. You will enjoy most is one in which you will use your talents to excel and win rewards. You will be a perfectionist and you will look for excellence in all you do. Aesthetics. You are a lover of beauty. You will enjoy gardening, interior design, and the arts in all its forms. Creativity. If you score high here, you will be in great demand in today's economy. Artists, writers, and innovators in all fields come in the group. You won't like jobs that are rigid and inflexible. Helping others. You are a social worker. You will always be available to help people. Any job that offers you possibilities for doing so will be welcome. Independence. You are a lover of freedom. You will like jobs where no one interferes with whatever ideas you have. Security. Those with high score where do not like to experiment or take risks. You will like to work in a safe, well-established, reputed company. Page 84. The end of Lessons for Living, Part 10, read by Hassan Zaman Malik. 2nd March 2015.